progress.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the special and regular meeting of the Pacifica City Council on January 27th, 2025. We had a closed session, and we'll do no report. Thank you for getting that out of the way now. There was no reportable action. And could we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Wright.
Present.
Councilmember Espinosa.
Present.
Councilmember Bowles.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Here.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Here. And I will read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. And we'll have a salute to the flag, Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. All right. So we have some special staff reports, and if it is all right with the council, I'd like to propose that we adjust the agenda for tonight, and that adjustment would be to move staff communications and then council communications before the consent calendar. And then we would proceed with our agenda the rest of the way. Is that all right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. So we'll start with staff communications. City Manager Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer and Mayor Pro Tem Beer and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I do have a few important staff communications, and then as you can see, North County Fire Authority Chief Ron Meyer and our Fire Marshal are here. I do want to segue a little bit as part of my communications and talk about some wildfire preparedness information related to the community. It's been I was going to say hot topic, and that's probably inappropriate to use that. It's been an important topic. We've been getting questions about it, so I just wanted to take about 10 minutes at the end of my other communications to turn it over to them to talk more about what North County Fire Authority is doing. So let me begin with a couple updates of other hot topics in our region, in our city, and in our nation to address that up front. One is that we've been getting questions about the President's executive order on immigration. And what I'll say about that is that we are evaluating that, but we will continue right now to abide by Pacifica's Sanctuary City Ordinance and California's Sanctuary State Law until we've analyzed the executive order and looked at that. So I just wanted to put that out there at this point in time. The next is that we've been getting a lot of questions from the community related to the Pacifica School District and their decision regarding Ocean Shore School. And so I want to make sure that the community and the council is very clear about the school district being a separate governmental agency from the city. And I have a statement here, and it has legal citations and everything that we will post so that it can be referred to, but I just want to read the part of it minus the legal citations, just to be very clear for the record. School districts are separate state agencies and are therefore not subject to local city regulations unless the California Constitution or legislature specifically consents to such regulation. In this case, the Pacifica School Board's decision, the Pacifica School District Board's decision to co-locate schools is a decision that is solely within the authority of the school board, and the city has no authority to regulate or direct the school board. The city also does not have any authority over the school board's determination that the co-location of schools is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. That is a decision made solely by the school board as the lead agency under CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, as part of its approval of the co-location. While the co-location of Ocean Shore School with Sunset Ridge certainly impacts families and neighborhoods in Pacifica, the City Council does not have any ability to regulate or override the decisions of the school board. So I wanted to make sure to make that statement. The one other important communication I'll just share, because it's exciting news, is to announce, and I shared details with council, is that for the third year in a row, the city was awarded the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Award, Budget Presentation Award, and so we're very excited about that. A lot of criteria are met to achieve that award, to represent the transparency that we strive for in our financial documentation. This year is special because we also were awarded special recognition for the strategic goals and strategies part of our budget. So that's an extra award on top of the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. So we're excited to announce that. And then I do want to segue as the final communication to just talk a little bit about wildfire preparation. And I'm going to talk about one project that is getting underway. I'm going to also, I had spoken with North Coast County Water District Executive Director, Adrienne Carr, if she could attend tonight. She wasn't able to be here tonight, but she did send me a statement that I want to read because in light of the Los Angeles fires, questions about water supply and pressure have been important. So I have a statement I'll read about her, but what I did want to mention is that in terms of big projects that the city is involved in is one that's getting way to do wildfire mitigation work along the Highway 1 corridor just north of the Devil's Slide Tunnel down to Pedro Point area. And the Coastal Conservancy is leading that project, and we just sent a letter of support for their funding request from the Coastal Conservancy for $4+ million to begin the planning and design and some veg management implementation of that project. It's a critical project for evacuation safety in Pacifica, and it's been talked about for years. It's now getting legs underway, and we're hoping for the best that it does get funded from the Coastal Conservancy, and we'll be sharing more information. There'll be a lot of planning and design and permitting review that's necessary related to that in future years as it moves forward. But I wanted to mention that big project. And let me start with the Water District's statement, and then I'll turn it over to North County Fire Authority to talk about our preparedness activities. So, and I'm just going to read this, bear with me, it's several paragraphs. The North Coast County Water District is committed to serving the Pacifica community and is always on alert about emergencies that could threaten critical infrastructure. The district's water distribution system delivers water through approximately 130 miles of pipeline, supported by 11 active storage tanks with a total capacity of 18.25 million gallons. The district owns and maintains over 1,000 fire hydrants and regularly updates its hydraulic water system model to evaluate performance and prioritize improvements. North Coast County Water District is also prepared to keep water flowing should the power go out during an emergency. To ensure reliable water delivery and to keep its tanks full, especially during periods of high demand, the district operates several pump stations, each equipped with permanent standby generators to provide electricity in emergencies. The district also maintains 6 emergency intertie connections with 3 neighboring water agencies as backup water sources. Additionally, district staff works throughout the year to monitor conditions and manage vegetation on our properties and our easements. The water distribution system is designed to meet both residential and commercial demands, as well as fire flow requirements for our community. The district is actively working on multiple capital improvement projects to enhance the system, which will increase both fire flow capacity and emergency water storage. Currently, the district is completing a tank replacement on Sheila Lane, increasing storage from 100,000 gallons to 600,000 gallons at that location. Additionally, design is underway for replacement of the tank at the end of Fassler Avenue, which will increase storage from 500,000 gallons to 1.2 million gallons. Recently, the district also completed several pipeline projects, fire hydrant replacements and upgrades, and construction of new pressure regulating valve installations, all of which significantly enhance the distribution system and fire flow capacity. The district continues to proactively ensure its infrastructure is ready for emergencies and that staff is trained to respond to emergencies that might arise. The district actively engages in emergency planning and values its collaborations with other local entities in emergency preparedness activities. So that's a statement from Adrian Carr from the North Coast County Water District, and they're our essential water supply company, agency for Pacifica, which obviously is critical in the event of a major fire emergency. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Myers.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Ron Myers, Fire Chief, North County Fire Authority. With me tonight, he's not Fire Marshal yet, but he's got an important role. He's Battalion Chief Nick Gracia, who's in charge of our Emergency Planning Division. So a lot of what I'm going to try and cover, some of this is the area that he is responsible for. So the city manager and I were talking about, not sure if I'm going to hit the mark, but you can follow up with some questions. Tried to kind of give a general overview of the public outreach training actions we take year-round related to preparedness and emergency planning. So I'm going to kind of try and run through the list and give you an overview of the things that we are doing constantly, and kind of enlighten maybe. This isn't the whole list of things, but I didn't want to take too long. We have the first thing that we do, if you're signed up with any of our social media, we call it constant contact, but we every day have numerous topics that are sent out, from wildfire preparedness to home, kitchen, fire safety, and constantly have that going out, probably to the point that people get somewhat sensitized, desensitized to the importance of reading that, but we put those topics out every single day trying to reach out to the public. One of the most important documents that we have that is also on our website, and I brought it here just to show you, is the mantra, which is not just North County Fire, it's statewide, nationwide, which is Ready, Set, Go. This brochure is available online. We hand it out at every event that we go to, and it has a lot of good information. It tells you what to be prepared for before a fire. It talks about how to make your home defensible, clearing brush, all those kinds of avenues, and then as well in the event that we do have a wildfire, what to do and how to do that part of it. The other important one is that we've pushed a whole lot is Know Your Zone. Each community is divided up by evacuation zones, and so one of the things that we have created and have had for quite a while is this, which is a magnet that can be put somewhere in your house to remind you. This little spot right here is Know Your Zone. If you go to the website, North County website, or Zone Haven website, you can see where you're at and what zone you're in. And then as a reminder, you can throw this on the refrigerator or something and put your number there. So when there is an evacuation and they call for those zones, you'll know I'm in that zone or I'm not in that zone. One of the important things about the whole evacuation process is that we don't know where the fire is going to be or where the incident's going to be. So when people say, do you have an evacuation plan? We have an evacuation plan, but until you know the location of the event, that determines which way you're going to evacuate. So that's the first piece. If it's a wildfire, we'll take a look at it and we'll determine that these zones or these areas, the fire may be going in that direction and that we need to evacuate that. And so we talk a lot with our partners in this. The police department is responsible for evacuations, but we co-locate in what's called unified command. So we'll have law, fire, but it also takes the other, Public Works, Caltrans, Highway Patrol, all of those to help us evacuate. We want people evacuating on surface streets, not dirt roads. We're never going to send people out a back way because, one, their vehicle may not make it, two, the fire may go in that direction, three, we don't have people to get out there and take care of them. If they get stranded, we perfect the fact that they come down a normal artery. But the most important thing that was learned in the park fire, or not, excuse me, not park fire, the camp fire in Paradise, was that people were evacuating properly, but at the very end, they got held up because the traffic was not moving. So one of the things that is very much in our mind is if we had an evacuation, Highway 1 needs to keep moving. We either need to turn it in one direction, or we have to keep it moving and get people out so they can keep coming down off the hillside. And that's one of the very important points that we keep in mind if we ever did have an evacuation. We will move everybody off so they aren't stuck mid-slope, halfway up a hill with fire encroaching upon them. So that was an important lesson learned for everybody in the state in terms of what happens in a wildfire and you have a big, long evacuation of thousands of people. We provide individual family and disaster preparedness on our website. We have information there on how to be prepared. It could be a wildfire, it could be an earthquake, any number of disasters that would happen. We have that information available. We have information on what to do. You as a family to prepare a go bag, all the kinds of essential things that you're going to need, medications if you have to leave because of an incident. We do disaster preparedness, fire safety. We even push very hard how to prepare your property. We push very hard to get people to clear their brush around their homes, to make it defensible. And we continue to push that information out all the time to have people prepare their homes. We do a hands-only CPR, choking, and stop the bleed. That is one of our major goals. We probably are trying to do about 10 to 15,000 people a year at all of our events. And it's an important thing to learn. If you don't know it, it's real easy to learn, and it'll save your family's life. It's very important to have that. CERT training in partnership here in Pacifica with the Pacifica Police Department. We have quarterly sign-ups where we're doing CERT training in all of North County for all three of the cities. In Pacifica, we partner with the police department and attempt to try and get CERT. It's difficult. It's a 22-hour course. It's really hard for people that are busy to do it. That's why we do the individual and family preparedness information and provide that on our website if you can't get out and do a full CERT training. We do a quarterly community emergency preparedness newsletter that looks in print. It's about 10 pages, looks like this, that we send out on a quarterly basis. We try and get it on social media. Obviously, we don't mail it to everybody's house, but it's on our website, and it's made available and has topics quarterly that are important for everyone to take a look at. We've just started a monthly preparedness meeting. In fact, Chief Gracia hosts it, and we actually do a live event where you can call in and actually ask a question and receive an answer related to any of these topics we're talking about tonight. And that is, we put out, it looks something like this as a flyer that is available for people to call in. It takes you to a link to come on to, and you're on Zoom, and then you're face-to-face with our people, and you can ask questions and get answers. And so it's gradually kind of picking up. We Haven't had a lot of people participate, but last month was 30 people that came on. So it's growing a little bit, but that's another way you can get information. We conduct the annual wildfire awareness event where we, in each of the 3 cities, have one day on a Saturday where we bring in not just North County Fire, but our other partners, which would be the Insurance Commissioner's Office, the San Mateo Alert, all of the different, there's probably about 4 or 5 different agencies that come in that you can ask questions. What type of plants should I be planting? What kind of plants should I be removing? All those kinds of things. We talked about the magnets. On the proactive side, whenever we have an extreme weather event, whether it be wildfire or storm, we augment our staffing. So we will constantly, whenever we have predicted major weather event or fire weather that's coming in, we add additional fire companies, chief officers, so that we have as much available to respond should something happen. In storms, we try and keep the frontline equipment going to emergencies, and all the other augmented resources are dealing with all of the other public assist, public service calls that are coming in. One of the other important aspects of wildfire is that we have had and continue to have a mutual threat zone agreement, which says that any wildfire that occurs in any of our jurisdictions, we get an immediate response of aircraft, which is fixed wing, dropping retardant, helicopters, crews, hand crews, dozers, and other fire engines coming in at no cost to us for that. So immediately when that happens, that is the way that we suppress fires, and we try to hold our fires below 10 acres. Generally, nothing gets beyond about 2 acres in Pacifica, which is good, but that response is happening immediately when there's a vegetation fire called in for our areas. I want to talk a little bit about vegetation reduction grants. Unfortunately, you see lots of grants that come forward that we can apply for and be a part of, but when you read the fine print, there's only so much money, and it's turned out that we aren't relative in terms of that. We haven't had a major fire come through. We don't have fire history. We aren't in an impoverished community. We're not in a very high severity zone so far. So we don't meet the criteria by which we're going to be competitive when it comes to grants. They're wanting to put the money in those locations that have volatile fuels. That's the other thing. We just don't have the same volatile fuels that you saw in Southern California or you'll see in Northern California and kind of in other locations, which is good. That's fortunate for us. We don't have the kind of fire events that you see out and around. Go to our website. We try to put things on each of the city's website, but the vast majority of information, if you're looking for it, is on the North County Fire website. The last topic that City Manager and I talked about discussing is so they have fire severity zone designations. So they've been working on legislation for a couple of years. It's now coming forward. And the state has decided that they have looked at all of the state of California and will be determining fire severity zones from moderate, high to very high. And we have had no input. We have nothing to say about it. Nobody has anything to say about it. We're going to receive a letter supposedly next month, that will designate the areas in each community by those severity zones. We will have the responsibility of getting that information out over the first 30 days, and with 180 days, we'll have to adopt a model ordinance, which is, you have no choice. You have to adopt it. I think the part that is a little bit disturbing to all of us is that in 2008, we did have input, and we kept Pacifica and Brisbane and Daly City out of the very high fire severity for obvious reasons, that it has other connotations. They tell us that the insurance companies are not using this information, but I don't see how it's going to help from an insurance perspective on it. But we'll have more information to bring to you when that letter arrives to each jurisdiction and determines what the fire severity is going to be. And it can be it will be different zones throughout the city depending on how close you are to vegetation. Ambercast is the model they use, which means if you saw the sparks flying in Southern California when the wind blows, they based a lot of their designation on how far that could move and cause more fire to occur. So that's once we get that, we'll be coming back before you with that information, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have, or if I've taken up too much time, we'll exit.
Not at all. We appreciate you being here. Questions from council?
When you mentioned Ambercast, just the most recent thing.
Yeah.
What is that amount of space that they typically calculate?
Well, it's based on the velocity of the wind, primarily. How hard is the wind blowing, and how far can it pick that up and move it somewhere? So the modeling they've used, they've probably looked at the general area and what the wind occurrences are, and then what that maximum might look like. And scientifically, I haven't seen really all of their modeling and what they've come up with, but that's the general idea of it.
So that would affect the amount of defensible space one wanted to put.
So
around their
the
property.
state has already determined that you have to have a 5-foot zero clearance around your home. That means no vegetation, no impingement of anything that can create fire spread, and then 30 or 100-foot clearance of your property in terms of reducing vegetation and, making it fire safe.
And if the public has questions for you about fire safety for themselves, what's the best way for them to reach out to you? Who do they reach out to for local Pacificans?
Well, they can call our main office, North County Fire Authority.
And do you have a phone number you could say for the record?
You know what? We recently, if you don't, we moved.
Oh, yeah, you
Moved our
did.
headquarters.
We moved our headquarters in the last month or two, and I'm trying to think the number. It changed.
Let me look.
What about a website?
As the chief's looking, I'll also add that Zoom meeting that we just started.
Yeah.
I'm trying to sell my Zoom meeting here. But that's a great place too for kind of just if you have a random thought or a random question where you can jump on, and that can at least get something started for you as well. So we're really trying to encourage all the communities here in the north end of the peninsula to hop onto the Zoom meeting and, bring your questions. And if we can't get the answer, we'll figure out the right way to get it.
I so much don't know the number, I had to put it in my phone. It's 650-800-6580.
Fantastic. And we had I guess in a way, a fortunate dry run with the tsunami. And I assume you guys are utilizing that data that we got from that in terms of evacuations to help you sort out what to do.
Yeah, I mean, there is a plan in place for that, and it's a matter of implementing that plan when appropriate.
And there was some mention of the standards for the water department in terms of how much usage they have. Do you know if in LA those same standards apply and if they were sufficient in the case of a catastrophic event?
Yeah, not being there, I hesitate to talk too much about it, but I believe with that amount of fire and that many buildings on fire, if you open a majority, if not most of the fire hydrants, they're not built, just like a 1,000-year flood is not built to handle the water. You're going to have an issue. When we go to wildfires and people turn their sprinklers on for their lawns and they're running water all over, it takes away from the other uses that we need. So I can only imagine in an urbanized area where that basically the fuel model were buildings. It wasn't necessarily vegetation at all times. It was building to building, and everybody using a fire hydrant every 300 feet to try and suppress that fire. You're not going to be able to. No water system is going to be able to sustain that.
So do you think it's worth reevaluating that standard?
I personally, what I've seen and heard from North Coast, I'm comfortable with what they're talking about. I think the available water is there, and everything they're doing to improve it is there. For us, when you have a building fire, you look at fire flow. We generally don't plan on having, more than 1, 2, 3 buildings on fire, and so we have plenty of fire flow for that. If you were going to have a conflagration like you had in LA with 80 to 100-mile winds coming through, I don't think there's ever going to be enough water or fire engines to be able to put that fire out.
And could you tell us how many of our brave Pacifica firefighters went down to LA and
So we had 18 personnel there from the start of the fire, from North County Fire, which encompasses all 3 cities. They rotated out after 14 days, and then a new crew went down, a new group of people went down. They are on their way back now and should be home tomorrow sometime, but they've been there since the beginning.
And I want to thank you very much for that mutual aid and how much you guys did in such a bad situation to deal with that.
Yeah, and you know, it's something we do all summer long. We have been out a lot in the past years. Every summer, we're sending resources out to support, and maybe someday we're going to need those resources back here. Probably not for a wildfire, but probably something like an earthquake or other. And so we expect the payback to come the other way.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your service.
And if I could just mention, because I always think this way, those expenses are fully reimbursed by the state.
Thank you for,
I was going to say that, but I didn't want to dampen the spirit there.
I know,
But,
right?
Yeah, we, you know, all summer, there's something called the California Fire Assistance Agreement that's in play, and so it reimburses anytime we go to assist forest agencies, Forest Service, or CAL FIRE, there's reimbursement that comes back for the backfill and for the time out there. So we're made whole with that regard.
thank you so much. Christine?
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Bowles?
Thank you so much for being here. I mean, obviously, if you monitor our social media, people are very worried, right, seeing what has happened in LA. And yeah, I really appreciate you being here to educate us about all the things that you do to make sure we're prepared. A few questions. One, I didn't know about your newsletter. Is that something that people can subscribe to so they get automatically, or do they always have to just check your website?
I believe
Go
it's
ahead.
just, I believe that's just through the website. But we'll say this, we keep trying to up our content as Chief Myers was going through that list. And so there's a lot of great options if you haven't been on the website. It's built out pretty nicely. There are big icons that you can click on and takes you, you know, one will take you to Zone Haven, others will take you to other links. So the thinking behind it was to have a lot of different options for people to kind of explore what they need to, because we're trying to engage the community, obviously, through social media and through online and being present and in the community. So really trying to maximize our footprint. So anything we can do to get people to take a look, we're gonna go for.
And being firefighters, we're kind of learning the marketing side of
Yeah.
things here. So,
I think it would be helpful because, I mean,
what we do is we
to
can
check
put it on X and say it's available. I mean, we can look at doing something like that. It's just, at some point, you can overwhelm. We don't have that much staff in terms
Right.
of trying to
Through the
do those
mail.
things, but we can certainly take a look at
I think
some of those.
there's some tools where a website can just, I mean, automatically,
Yeah.
you can push a subscribe and then it sends it out, right? Where you
We-
don't, once you set it up, you don't necessarily have to, anyway, something to
Right.
consider.
Yeah, we can look at that.
Just one second.
I was just
Your-
gonna
it's your
say that it-
floor, but Councilmember
I'll just
Beer.
piggyback on what you
Yeah,
were
yeah, yeah.
saying is I think it might be a good idea for us to have a section on Connect Pacifica, both fire and law enforcement, and maybe we can link things through Connect Pacifica so folks can just get it there. And if it's already there, forgive
It
me.
is.
Yeah, no,
I just wanted to say,
absolutely.
I saw the
Okay.
newsletter
All right, good.
last week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we put a lot on that. Most of the stuff I'm kind of talking about ends up on Connect. In all, like, say, different social medias. We certainly can do a better job at being marketers on this, and we'll look to try and do some of that. But, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, continue. please.
So a lot of the questions and concerns I hear from residents, partly because we have so much wonderful open space here, is, you know, so my house is next to open space and there are some trees that are, you know, potential fire hazards. It's not my property, so I can't, you
Right.
know, prune those. And I know, you know, just from having been on your board, that you also don't have the resources to take care of all of our open space and vegetation management either. And then sometimes it may be a neighbor's property, right, that
Yeah.
has a tree. So are there any means by which, if a person is concerned that a path to.
Yeah, under the fire code, we don't, it's not provided for us to deal with it under the fire code. It ends up being a blight. It's more of a code enforcement issue. And I think there's been some success by going to the code enforcement and code enforcement looking at things and maybe having the ability to get some stuff fixed.
Okay. So code enforcement at pacifica.gov, you can email if you have that concern. I'm really excited the fire maps are finally coming out. It's been a long time waiting, and I just want to, I know from social media and talking to residents, people are already losing their insurance and not being renewed. People buying new homes can't get insurance. And our fire maps are blank right now, in our documents. So that, I've been to several insurance events, and they have their own maps. They're looking at topography and can zoom in and see what your roof material is and how much a tree is overhanging. And
Yeah, and these maps aren't going to do that. These are going to just basically assess
Right.
the potential for wildfire spread,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
which may not be completely helpful for people in their insurance,
Right.
but we'll see.
And then, speaking of maps, the housing element EIR is out, and this is the first time that I've seen wildland urban interface maps published for Pacifica, and similarly, you can imagine with all of our valleys that go into forested areas, we have a lot, and that means it's the danger between what's developed and what is open space with a lot of forest next to it, right? That's also more of a hazard, which is a separate designation than the very high fire hazard. So my question is, I know just from being in construction that in other cities, when you're building in wildland urban interface areas, there are very different code requirements about how you build. So if you're building a new house or remodeling over a certain percent,
Right.
are those rules that we're enforcing now? Or maybe we didn't have maps before and we do now, and that might be a change?
The change that's come in, and we can talk more about when we come in and make the presentation on it, is that it triggers a section of the building code 7A, which means you're going to have to use different kind of building materials that you've never been required to use before. They tend to tell us that won't cost more, but I hear others that say that's not necessarily the case.
Yes, yeah.
But that does, with this overlay of the fire severity zones, is going to trigger some of the things you're talking about. And when we get to come before you and talk about that ordinance, we can talk more about it. And I'll have our fire prevention people here that
Okay.
deal with it more often than I do.
Yeah, it's good to give people a heads up, right? Because if you're remodeling too, a certain amount, that might trigger.
Yeah, that will trigger certain kind of fire protection features, if just a general remodeling, but as it relates to this wildfire component, we can talk more about that when coming. But I know it will trigger materials that are being going forward that will supposedly may increase the cost associated with that. And there's other issues related to development and how and where you develop and
Yeah.
that with these.
It increases the cost, but hopefully it makes you safer too, right? And
Yeah, all good.
thank you.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
My colleagues have hit on a lot of points, so I am just going to thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hosting a Zoom meeting. I think it's really important to have opportunities for the folks to come on and actually talk directly to you, so thank you so much.
Thanks.
I just want to ask you, I would like to have a community event just to educate the community. My district is not engaged, they don't engage as much as other districts. And I would like to invite you guys to be at the community event so we can maybe give out smoke detectors and educate the community about the fire hazard that we are potentially facing.
So there will be a community event that we put on. I believe it's like in May when we do it. So there is we don't get a lot of people showing up as much as we try and get people to come. They don't come to the community center, which is where we have it, and we certainly can dovetail in what you're talking about and talk about other things there, but we have one in another few months that'll come up again that will be a community event. Like you say, we get very few people to participate, even though we push it out there. So if you as electeds can help push for that wildfire awareness community outreach program event we do, that would be helpful.
How about we inviting you to our community event?
Yeah, if you have a community event different than what I'm talking about, let us know. We can
Okay.
always provide.
And what is the time frame that I had to give you, like a month or so in advance?
It'd be helpful. It doesn't have to be a month, but if, the more time, it's easier on people's schedule because we usually have to bring people in and on overtime or on a weekend or whenever you're looking at doing it. So, yeah,
Thank you so much.
sure.
I just had one question because I did see the newsletter, and included in the newsletter was the thing about the Zoom. But the date that was in that particular edition was January 15th. Do you happen to know the date of the next one?
I do. It's, the next one's going to be February 25th. And that should be updated on the website. We're still, like Chief Myers said, still getting it going. But that should be updated on there shortly if it's not already.
Thank you very
And
much.
And then one other thing I just wanted to add,
Yes.
just as a reminder to all of the community that, the firefighters are very active, keep their training up. I mean, we're really involved with our craft. And so everybody should feel good about, the crews that are out here because everybody really is working hard every day, practicing, honing their skills and all the different disciplines that we have to be, aware of. So the community should take, some peace in that, knowing that we are out there practicing and training and making sure that we're staying ahead of it.
We appreciate that so much. And the aid that you sent to Los Angeles, and I appreciate your thought and expectation, because that's the way it works, that if we are needing it sometime, it'll be there for us as well.
Yep.
So thank you again. City Attorney, I sent you a question, and so now I'll just ask you. Is it possible, if there's anyone in the public that had a specific question that the council members didn't get to, can we open a little public comment just for this item, since it wasn't something people expected in this staff report?
You can allow public comment.
Council members, are you okay with that? Can you stick around for a little bit?
No problem.
All right, so I'd like to open public comment on just this specific item related to this fire update, and public safety update from staff. We will have a regular public comment for items not on the agenda. We'll have public comment for the consent, and we'll have, of course, public comment on all those items on our agenda. Is anyone in the audience interested in asking something? Okay. Emily, are you seeing any on?
We have 2 raised hands. The first is for Irene Lee.
Irene, are you asking a question specifically about fire?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. I have looked at the zone map, but my question is, where would we evacuate to? Could you put in the map the location for each zone where they need to gather in case of evacuation from a fire, from earthquake? So that's my question.
What we would do if we evacuated is we would be channeling you to the right location because we may not know where the fire is going beforehand. It's hard to tell you to go to a location. So we'll take you away from where the emergency is occurring, and then we'll direct you. That's part of the job that between all of us trying to direct people to the right location and where to go temporarily and then where to end up going permanently. And we do have those locations lined out, but they're not necessarily going to be helpful for you if you're in a zone and you decide that you're going to this one spot. If it turns out that's not the correct spot, then we sent you to a bad location. So we will always tell you you're evacuating, Zone 2 is being evacuated, and go to this location for a temporary spot to assemble, and then from there, if we need it, we can move you to a permanent location.
The next
Thank
raised,
you. Go ahead.
the next raised hand is for Aaron Macias.
Hello, Aaron.
Hi, good evening. This is Erin Macias in Lindemar. I wanted to just briefly comment on this. My husband is a 28-year veteran of San Francisco Fire. He did wildland for many, many years. I think 26 of his 28 years. He did comment last city council meeting. He spoke to this issue. I did not realize this was going to be an opportunity for us to discuss. I would like you to put this back on the agenda again for another meeting so that this can be, so public comment can be really thought out and put in a really meaningful way to the community. I wanted to briefly mention, I had written to the city of Pacifica in 2022. I had corresponded with Christian Murdoch on this exact issue. And the code enforcement process for addressing unruly groves in Pacifica is that the burden falls on the homeowner to hire a private pay certified arborist. And there's two different certifications that are recognized in the arborist community. One of them is a higher level. And we are dealing with a grove behind our property. It's about between 6 and 10 acres. There was a fire there once before. My husband directed the fire crews to in fire suppression for this issue. This is a very complicated conversation. There needs to be almost like a task force addressed, put together for it that involves multiple stakeholders, community members, fire suppression teams, the county, the local fire department. Like I said, this is just such a complicated issue. I don't even have the words to put it together tonight, but we really do need to look at how our code enforcement addresses this issue. We have California laws that require defensible space that code enforcement will not touch with a 10-foot pole. We have multiple property owners that will not abate fire risk in their area. We had a fire zone map that was part of the general plan update before 2022 that identified certain categories as high risk, and they've done absolutely nothing to address it. So I wish I were more prepared to speak to this issue, but I encourage council to put together like a task force or a roundtable for this exact issue, because Pacifica is a sitting duck, as my husband said at our last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right,
There are no other raised hands.
then we'll close public comment. Thank you so much.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate you, and we will be seeing you again soon. Okay. City Manager Woodhouse, was there any more staff items?
No, that completes the lengthy staff communications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, council, I'd like to go to council communications. We haven't had a chance to have that. In the last couple meetings, we've deferred it, and I'm sure there are some items that we need to update each other. So who would like to go first? Anyone?
I mean,
Mayor Pro Tem?
sure, I'll go first. And then question to the mayor, is it appropriate to make my statement now?
If you'd like.
Okay. I actually have a lot to share from the past few weeks. I've been to a lot of meetings. But before I do that, because I think this is going to impact the discussion that we're going to have later, I am letting you know of my intent to step aside from my Mayor Pro Tem role, and then I will submit a letter before February 5th so it can be included in the next agenda, which is a way for me to express so many things. I did express a lot of things at our last meeting. I have a lot more to say, which I'm not going to say tonight, but I will be putting it in a letter so it can be part of the record. All right, so moving on. I have done a lot in the past 2 weeks.
I know.
And it really goes to show how much work we do and how much work we get to do, and I'm so ready just to get to work. And so on the 14th of January, we attended Captain Clement's celebration. It was beautiful. Oh my gosh, there were so many folks there, and he really deserved all of that. And so thank you to our chief for always making it so beautiful. On the 14th also was our Economic Development Committee meeting. There's been a lot of public participation and collaboration, and it really continues to be important. So I want to thank the public for showing up and for giving us feedback. I think that's really, really important. The Seaside Merchants, especially, for your feedback and presence in the meetings. We heard a report about a food truck proposal, which is exciting, actually, and then committee report out, so it felt really good to be back at EDC. On the 16th of January, I attended the Pacific Coast Television meeting with our new council member, and we learned all about the ins and outs of community television. Please tune in on Friday because there's going to be a live town hall meeting featuring Cora, Communities Overcoming Relations Abuse, at 7 o'clock at PCT. On the 16th, again, I went to the Pacifica School Volunteers meeting, and if you don't know who they are, Pacifica School Volunteers recruits, trains, and places adults and high school students in literacy, math, and other programs. We had a discussion about Think Bridge Camp, Read Aloud Days, Oceana Senior Exhibition. They're always looking for volunteers, so please contact them if you'd like to volunteer with the schools. There was an age-friendly coalition meeting that I couldn't attend, and so I think we're going to be looking to schedule a new meeting, so I'm going to contact Roy about that. I have had to miss the last one, so I'm sorry about that, Roy, and I look forward to the next one. I had a meeting about Pacifica Pride. We're going to be meeting 2 times a month to prepare for our Pacifica Pride event, which is on June 7th. I think it would be helpful, perhaps, if we had a council ad hoc committee to help support that. Can talk about that, either put it on an agenda moving forward. It would be nice to have some additional support for Pride.
And I don't know if that's something we could talk about tonight.
No, I don't
On
think
the
so. I
item,
think it has
no.
to be on
On an agenda.
future agenda,
Okay.
yeah. On the 17th, I attended the Mayor's Mental Health Initiative. This is an initiative that I've been working on for the past few years since the last time that I was mayor. I am really lucky to have the strong relationships that I have built across the region in order to keep working on this very important topic to me. I'm working with the mayor of South San Francisco, Eddie Flores, and the chair of the Mental Health Initiative, the San Carlos mayor, Sarah McDowell. We're working on a lot of initiatives. One is the Teen Mental Health First Aid Training, which we're working with Behavioral Health and Recovery Services. We're also working on bringing in some Be Sensitive, Be Brave training, which is suicide prevention. Mm-hmm. And what I'm really excited about is our collaboration to create opportunities to bring together elected officials to talk about mental health and to learn strategies and have resources to work through the stress that goes along with serving. We're going to be collaborating with Stanford and Star Vista and Roseanne Faust from San Sita, and we're going to be bringing in training for our elected officials. Super proud of that. I know all too well the stress that goes on when we serve, and so it's going to be a really wonderful opportunity for electeds to come and talk to each other so that we can support each other through all these things. We installed, I want a special thanks to HOPE, which is Healing Overdose Prevention Education, and LIT, our cannabis merchant, for installing the first Narcan vending machine in the county. We're super excited. With my other hat, my prevention hat, it's just an honor to be able to partner with both HOPE and LIT, and we're already having to refill the vending machine. So it's working, and the next thing we're going to be doing is going out into the community and possibly speaking to the bar owners. So, but that is with my prevention hat, so I'll switch my hat back now. On the 22nd of January, I attended the Heart Board. I would just want to thank everyone for reappointing me to another term on the HART Board. Their programs include first-time buyer programs, developer loans, and ADU programs. And the most exciting one that I think that we're doing right now is naturally occurring affordable housing program. And we're really looking to increase the funding for this program so that HART can acquire properties across the county and make them naturally affordable with deed restrictions. So it's very exciting, and it's just really wonderful to be a part of that. On the 23rd of January, so this is all in the past couple weeks, I attended a webinar from Sustainable San Mateo County, which was Power Up Solutions for San Mateo County Future. It included, among many other things, a presentation about a strategy dashboard, which I'm really excited to see how we can use the dashboard here with our CAP, and I know that we're going to be hearing information from our task force soon about that, so I'm really excited about that, looking forward to it. Last but not least, I attended the City and County Association of Governments Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee meeting. We received updates from projects that we awarded to cities in the last few years that I was honored to participate in the scoring of these applications. And a few of those were Brisbane, East Palo Alto, and Pacifica. And so we heard the update about the Pacifica project on Esplanade and Palmetto. Super exciting. Everybody's really happy about just the sheer length of the project, because it's 2 miles long, and it's just, this is what we get to do when we serve on regional boards. We get to, get out there, we get to look at all these applications, we get to score them, we get to vote on them, and we get to bring money into our city. And so really, that's what it's all about, is supporting our city. I'm happy to do that here today.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bowles.
First, I just want to say, I had no idea of your decision, and we haven't been able to talk.
Okay.
But I know you've given that a lot of thought, and we'll continue talking about that, but I love you. Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to talk as long as Mary. The Emergency Preparedness and Safety Commission is working on the goals for this year, and we'll talk about the charter review coming up. They're just chomping at the bit to be able to finalize their work plan. And I just want to tell the public that those meetings are open to the public too. So the next one is February 20th at 6:30. We really welcome public to come in and ask questions, or if you see concerns. Like if you want to talk about fire, that's another place that can happen. The engineers and scientists that are working on the concept for the offshore reef project here off of Sharp Park, I met with on the 17th. And to start with, their presentation has been rescheduled now. There was some dry rot at the Pedro Point Firehouse, but that's been sorted out, so it's March 20th at 7 o'clock. And I'm hoping to see if we can talk to PCT about potentially filming that. But the other exciting thing, my daughter attended the meeting with us too, and actually a Stanford professor that she's been working with. And it's sounding like there might be some grant applications that Stanford is writing to tie into some of their research and actually to analyze some of the data that's coming off of the sensors that were on the pier. So I'm really excited for those connections to be made, and we're bringing a tour of some Stanford students and some professors in early March to look at all of our issues on the coast. My daughter was sent to Palau to do her ocean civil engineering research. They could do projects right here and help us at the same time. So fingers crossed. The Lit Narcan event was really terrific and really moving to hear from the family that had lost their son. And what I would like to ask is for some training on how to use Narcan too. I
can bring training to us.
Okay. That
No
would be
problem.
great. And it can be used for people who have heart attacks and other things too. So good thing to keep handy. You can save a life. My hairdresser's grandson almost died right before Christmas and was saved by someone having Narcan in their bag. So that's really important. I met with Dignity Moves. There's a potential project in Pacifica for interim housing. I can't say more now, but exciting conversations. I met with Lenny Roberts from Green Foothills. I think she's just an amazing environmental champion for our area, and they were really involved in some projects in Pacifica some years ago and haven't been as much lately, but there's a leadership transition. So Alex Kaufman is their new policy and advocacy director, and then Alexandra Mendoza is going to lead efforts on the San Mateo coast. So got to meet with them and brainstorm a little bit too. Attended the same Sustainable San Mateo County event, and for the tree people out there, there's really cool resources where you can map the canopy and actually, like as you're thinking about where you want to plant trees, you can look at like disadvantaged communities or all these different criteria that you can put in that help you decide what the best area is to find. So that's just one example, but the tool can be used for a lot of different ways. Super cool. We had the Peninsula Clean Energy Board of Directors meeting, and actually Greg came and Tiger came too. We're working on the strategic plan for the next 5 years. But the really exciting thing is they were very surprised to find that they had a $40 million surplus because electricity has been costing them a little bit less and some other savings that they've been working on. And so just to let everybody know, right now they charge 5% less than PG&E for the electricity. PG&E still charges the distribution and the gas. So your main bill is still mostly PG&E, but Peninsula Clean Energy Board proudly voted to reduce those rates now to 10% below PG&E. So you should be seeing a small savings on your bills. And there's real understanding of what a hardship it is for people to pay their bills and keep the heat on right now. And I'll be coming back more with more programs for low-income residents. And on our consent agenda are some free solar panels. So they're doing a lot in the community to help us electrify and eliminate greenhouse gases. Actually, one statistic, I learned at the San Mateo sustainability event, the county has reduced greenhouse gases 13% just by having Peninsula Clean Energy the last few years, right? Just because their power is cleaner than what we were getting before. So just making a huge difference in our communities. And then this weekend I was at a conference with the California Environmental Assembly at UC Davis. The morning session was actually about the Coastal Commission, their history and sort of where they are now and some of the challenges. Was led by their legal director. Charles Lester was there. Kate Hucklebridge was there also. There's a new film that's just been released that's about the history of the Coastal Commission that's apparently on YouTube, and perhaps we can schedule a community viewing that would be interesting. But basically they're being threatened in a lot of different ways right now. So in our own state, we're expecting a lot of housing bills, density bonus things on the coast that start to conflict with some of their mandate about access and viewshed and so forth. And then when our new president was visiting Southern California for the fires, he made it clear that the Coastal Commission is in their crosshairs too, because he wants to drill along the coast, and Elon Musk's project didn't get approved, and so there is a real threat. Kate was actually quite worried. So anyway, the basic message is the coast is never saved. It's always being saved, and it needs us all. anyway, a lot of other good information about wildfire and infrastructure, which I won't go into tonight. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wright.
Just in the interest of saving time, I will try to keep it brief and only mention some of the things I did that others don't. Just so you know, that's what my calendar looks like. Like the rest of the people up here, what you see us doing work here doesn't even begin to cover what it is that we all do to try to better serve you. I went to the Council of Cities thing, did a number of volunteer activities, including at the Art Center at Cabrillo, where I saw our Honorable Mayor, and Oceana High School. I had a LAFCO meeting. I met with LAFCO staff to get an update and to try to get up to speed. I went to the Ray Mueller event down at his chamber. I also went to the retirement, which, what an outpouring of support. What a wonderful recognition. What a wonderful process. What a wonderful man, and what wonderful service he did for our community. I totally impressed, and very apparent that he loves Pacifica as much as we do. OSPAC, I went to a beautification committee meeting, and that's about good enough for me. I would like to figure out a way to make this shorter.
I know, and tonight, I just thought we needed to catch up,
Yeah.
because last time it just got, and the last time we put it at the end of the meeting, it
It would
got.
be good to know what happened at OSPAC, because I'm not there, so little things like that would be helpful.
Well,
Councilmember Espinoza.
since we're supposed to talk for 3 minutes, but I noticed that we go over that. But it's okay, guys. Tiger, I just want to say thank you to you, because I didn't know how hard it is to serve, to be a public servant. So I appreciate that. And it's been it's been very stressful for me, but I'm not giving up. But so you know, it's not that easy, and I appreciate all of you guys for doing what you're doing. And I haven't done much other than meeting with the city attorney and the city manager every week, and learning about the government. And I'm going to an event training this coming week, and hopefully I will get my requirements done. And I attended to the Fairmont Association meeting. It's at the beginning of the month, of the first Tuesday, and I wanted to encourage residents to attend to those meetings. We need the community to engage. It's very, very important. And I noticed that the city manager is working on those potholes. Some of them got repaired on Hickey, so I'm very excited. I'm happy because those are done, and I know the community will appreciate that. A lot of people have been complaining about the potholes, and I actually, that's one of the reasons why I decided to run. And I went the other day, Saturday, I served in the Beach Coalition. It's one of the things that I really like to do when I have a chance. And after that, I went to the West Fairmont to see, to take photo of more potholes, so I will send it to the city manager. So I'm gonna keep you busy. And also on Wednesday, I attended to the school board, because I thought, I understand that we don't have any part on that issue, but I thought I should go and be there for the community as a silent person with no comments. And I think it's important that the community know that we're there for them, no matter what happens. And I read the report, and one of the things that came up is that we have been losing residents here. We have been losing, it's hard to live here in Pacifica, and it's very expensive, and a lot of people had to move out. So we need to build some homes over here for people. It's really, really, really important if we want the school to have, if we want to have more school. We already lost 2 schools in my district. We don't have any in my district, so it's kind of sad. And I don't want to see more school getting lost or not having them. So hopefully we can build those homes that we need and hope that we can have, we can grow because we went backwards. We lost 17% of the community. And we wanted to see if we can bring those people back and to have our school be funded. So that's what I had to say today. Thank you so much.
And I know you also were part of the BAC workday. I saw a photo of you doing work with Gail Barrett.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, that was the Beach Coalition cleanup.
Mm-hmm.
So you did a lot.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit.
I'll just add to the long list that my colleagues have already put out that I had, actually, I should have gone before you, Greg. I wanted, at the last meeting, and we didn't have an opportunity, I was going to proudly announce that Mary Beer was reappointed to HART Board for the county for a 4-year term representing us, and that our new council member, Wright, is the alternate for the LAFCO, Local Area Formation Commission. And it's really, I'm so glad that you were able to go and begin that work. Debbie Ruddick, who is our council member to the south in Half Moon Bay, is, I know, working with you, and the two of you are going to co-side strong. So that's really exciting. Economic Development Committee, one of the things that you two will be together, I know you had a conflict that night. One thing I wanted to add that was really exciting, I see this happen, and I love it when it happens organically, but I keep trying to think of ways to intentionally have it happen. I forgot his name right now. One of the gentlemen who is on OSPAC has been working on some apps for things like ecotourism, hiking, and this kind of thing. There's a wildflower one, different ideas and concepts that he's been doing as an entrepreneur, and he brought that forward to the Economic Development Committee, which was great because the Economic Development Committee has been talking about the very same thing. And so there's this synergy there. And so that was really exciting to see, and I know you're going to love that. It's an exciting group. There's always a lot happening.
Thank you.
Yeah. I had the opportunity to attend a county briefing on all-day Thursday, January 16th. It's nice that I don't work at my day job on Thursdays. I was like always thrilled when it lands on a Thursday. It's like, yes, I can go. And it was a briefing for elected officials, staff, and nonprofit organizations. We talked, there were probably about 150 people there, I'm going to guess, and we were in table groups and had a lot of presentations. It kicked off in the morning with lobbyists from Sacramento and from Washington who were advising, it's somewhat, you know, you were speaking about Coastal Commission reactions to the changes in Washington. And one of the things that they were talking about is the shifting emphasis for grants and for federal money, and where formerly we may have had certain priorities that we were being able to have funded, the priorities are shifting. And so things like focusing on how a project is bringing economic vitality to an area is something that is of interest. Talking about jobs creation, that kind of thing, where it formerly wasn't the buzzword you wanted to make sure to include in your grant, you know, how you want to hit those buzzwords, that is becoming something that they're advising to focus on a lot. Just a lot of concerns were raised and talk about different concerns in the county, about health care, about funding for older adults, all of the funding that we depend on for the health system at the county level. These things are all at risk, and so it was a useful exercise to go through, talked about infrastructure, affordable housing, immigration and legal services, and then also county communications and how to make sure these messages are getting out. One of the things that my table talked about was during the pandemic, there was a weekly briefing that you could hop on as an elected official, but that way you had the very latest information of what was going on. And while it doesn't feel like maybe weekly is necessary at this point, some kind of regular way to hop on and get the latest information. I know we'll hear about it from the city manager and the assistant city manager when we have our budget briefing, but it was reiterated that the VLF, vehicle license fee, is not in the governor's budget for this year, which is not good. It's always not good when it's not there. We've had strong leadership from Diane Pappin in our area on that, and I know they're gearing up, and they're going to spend a lot of focus on that this year, along with everything else they're doing. It was a fun, happy event. I got to go to the FogFest check distribution evening, which is always such a nice time because all the groups that volunteer, you sort of get this whole smorgasbord of all these groups in one room. The Sanchez Art Center, Cindy Abbott was kind enough to offer the space, so we got an actual preview of the exhibit that's there because the next day was going to be the actual opening. So it was just a really lovely event to see how everyone is working together in the community. Last week, I had 2 Thursday meetings. The Local Government Working Group, which is the group that is comprised of leadership from the Coastal Cities Group of the League of Cities, and then there's Coastal Counties, and there's Coastal Commission staff and commissioners. Actually, at this meeting, Mike Wilson was the only one who could make it. And the idea, the topic of the day, because it's January's meeting, is the work plan for the year. And what are we going to do with regard to the neighborhood approach, with regard to the local input in and how everybody's issues are different and how we're going to apply statewide consistency with local flexibility. And so one idea that is being put forward, and the details haven't been completely finalized yet, but there are going to be 3 on-the-ground workshops in different parts of the state that will give staff an opportunity to showcase projects that are happening in their area, what, if any, plans they have that they're working on around that, and how that fits with their local coastal land use plan, and how it would fit with the neighborhood approach. So it's an actual demonstration, if you will, of everyday reality of what we're doing, not just the theoretical, someday this might be important. And so the first one is going to be in Santa Barbara in April, I think. The second one is going to be in the summer in Pismo Beach. And the third one hasn't had an idea of exactly where it's going to be yet. But it seems like North Coast is a good place to look. I'm looking at Christine. It seems like North Coast is a good place to look. And the idea was November timeframe, October, November timeframe. So maybe, definitely more on that to come. And then the Coastal Cities Group conveniently was the very same day, 3 hours later, and that was, again, the first meeting of the year, setting up, meeting any new staffers that were participating. The membership is all the same, except for if anyone has contacts in the San Diego coast area that you would like to encourage to consider. The wonderful Dwight Warden, who was formerly the representative from Del Mar, had health issues and had to step down, and they haven't had success finding someone. This is the communities. Now think of all the people you know in Oceanside, Carlsbad, Encinitas, Solana Beach, Del Mar, San Diego, Coronado, National City, Chula Vista, and Imperial Beach. So big area of concern. So that was the work plan. We're going to have dates going forward. Council members, we had quarterly meetings last year. There are going to be 2 again this year. And then in addition to that, we're scheduling a meeting during the, what is it called? Cal Cities Leadership Summit in April in Sacramento. And then the 4th one is the annual meeting that will be part of the annual conference, wherever it is. Long Beach, I think, I don't remember, in October. And as soon as those dates are finalized, I'll give you an updated copy. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor Beckmeyer, a question as to whether you have in front of you Congresswoman Eshu's
I do, but
nice
it's
letter to the
buried
Pacifica
underneath
community.
all these things. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, my goodness, this is so wonderful. Congresswoman Eshu sent to us a flag that had been flown over the United States Capitol at her request, and she gifted it to the city of Pacifica. Dear constituents of Pacifica, I've often said at town hall meetings and in my correspondence to you that our nation's flag is a symbol of our democracy and that our Constitution is the soul of our nation. It's been the honor of my life to serve you, the citizens of Pacifica, as your Congresswoman in the People's House. I can think of no better expression of my heartfelt gratitude to you than to send you a flag I had flown over our nation's capital in your honor as one of my final official acts as your member of Congress. Thank you for the privilege of serving you and for doing your part to strengthen and participate in our democracy. With unending gratitude, Anna G. Eshu, Member of Congress. I'll just pass that down, take a look at. Yeah, that's really special. Okay. We are now back on our normal place, which is the consent calendar. And anyone wishing to address the council on any consent calendar item may do so at this time. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. If you are interested in speaking, I have one card so far. Please, you should submit a speaker card and address the item or items that you are planning to speak on.
Madam Mayor, you might want to ask if any council member wants to pull an item.
Oh, that's a good idea. Thank you.
No worries.
Does any council member have an item they'd like to pull of the 4 items on the consent agenda?
No. I have a couple of questions, but I don't need to pull it.
You want it on the other side of public comment? Okay. All right. So opening public comment on consent agenda items only, items 1 through 4. And the first card I have is Suzanne Moore.
Good evening, everyone. And this is on consent item number 1 on proclamations. And I do appreciate the work the city staff has done on this proposed policy amendment, but I guess I would appreciate quantification of time spent on proclamations, and I'd like some actual samples of what are considered inappropriate proclamations that have been submitted to the city. This policy change appears to put the workload on the city manager to grant that request, and the policy states many reasons why a proclamation might be rejected, but many of those reasons require a subjective evaluation by the city manager, who may or may not choose to consult with the mayor. It's my understanding that many requests for proclamations originate from council members acting as a conduit for a community concern. And I believe that first step, evaluation by the supportive council member, already provides an evaluation if an issue is of community import, and perhaps it's more appropriate for an elected official to provide this function rather than city staff. So my question for city council is whether council members want to retain the function of being a champion for an issue and proclamation, or whether they want to defer to the city manager. But if staff is truly spending an inordinate time on proclamation requests that are appropriate, I'd like to hear more about that and actual examples encountered. We are certainly entering times that are challenging, and Pacifica issues can easily be regional and national issues too. I hope council members will want to retain to be champions of public concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. The next card I have is Cindy Abbott. Oh, regular public, oh, sorry.
Sorry,
We mixed up the cards. Okay, this one. No, this was on consent, item 1. Are there any other, no. Emily? Anybody on the phone?
There are no raised hands.
All right, then we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Question? You said you had a couple of questions.
Sure, and I mean, if it's possible to ask the city manager to answer Suzanne's questions about examples of inappropriate requests that you've had that might maybe help clarify what you see as a potential problem and the requests that you've gotten.
Yeah, sure. I can, so as I, when this was on the agenda before, talked a little bit about this. So the city doesn't receive a lot of requests for proclamations that wouldn't be granted. And I think the question was asked, and I said, well, probably the proclamations over the last 2 years were all appropriate and this policy wouldn't prevent them from being agendized. I think the important point about this policy is that it's establishing policy parameters that if or when an inappropriate request comes in, and I use the analogy of why we have a flag policy in Pacifica, is that the policy gives the rationale and the reason and the consistent application of decision-making so that inappropriate requests are not elevated to a council discussion. And that's the main thrust of it. So I think using the flag policy as an analogy is what applies there. There have been a couple requests that have come in that don't really relate to Pacifica at all. It might relate to, a presence of a certain, I think there was a Greek American thing. It didn't seem to really relate to the Pacifica community. So we reviewed that on an ad hoc basis and conferred with the mayor and didn't grant that. But really the thrust of this is that it's best practice to have policies that lay out so that when the difficult request comes in, like a proclamation supporting hate speech or something from a group, we have a basis to say, nope, that is not going to be considered by Pacifica.
And I would just add that the policy itself does allow another avenue for residents or constituents to put forward their request for a proclamation. If by some chance the manager does not, for whatever reason, rejects it, that resident or person requesting the proclamation can go to any council member, and that was the language that we added to make clear that any council member can obviously ask to have a proclamation put on the agenda. So there's really two ways to get a proclamation on the agenda. It can come through the city manager with consultation of the mayor if he chooses, or if not, it can go to any individual council member and they can request that an item be placed on the agenda.
And I'll just add to that, there are some recurring proclamations that come up through staff that we see each year. May Mental Health Month comes to mind as an example. And there are also requests for proclamations that come in directly to the city manager or city clerk's office from members of the public. So that is a conduit as well. And then those are reviewed with the city manager and the mayor for adherence to our standard practices, what we would issue. proclamations could be requested through the city manager or through council members as well.
And so if the city manager denies one and the member of the public would like to question that, they can always reach out to one of us, and we could put it on the agenda if we felt that was appropriate.
Correct.
Okay.
And frequently, as Suzanne said, things do come through council members, and sometimes from outside of the city, like kind of randomly, it'll land in your email box. But at that point, what I've always done is forward it to the city manager, have a chat about it back and forth. Sometimes they're asking for something significant, super time-consuming and significant, but once you figure out what the need is, we are able to do a proclamation or letter of commendation. I think the Greek heritage one, that was like 3 years ago or something, is one example. So they do come up, but infrequently that I've experienced a problem. I just like the safety of being able to have the ability, should there be some hateful group that comes forward, and if we don't have a policy in place, there's no way to say no.
The policy also has advantage of providing some consistent guidelines to the public as well for requesting and timeframes, so that we're not receiving last-minute requests that we need to scramble to accommodate. So it just provides some consistency and some expectations to the public about how and, what type of information we need in order to, prepare a proclamation, so that we're not scrambling with very limited details to put together a proclamation that somebody has requested.
Okay. And then I had a question about item 3, which is the Peninsula Clean Energy solar project, which includes a carport over the parking spaces adjacent to 155 Salata. So I didn't see any drawings for the carport in the packet, and the city manager answered that would be coming later. But we're approving this today, and I'm concerned about, or I'm just curious about what the height is and if they've looked at the building next door, because they have doors and windows on that property line. So I'm guessing this is our only opportunity to review it publicly. Otherwise, it's happening at a staff level, right, to complete the review of the project. Is that correct?
Yeah, it looks like Deputy Public Works Director Roland Yep can speak to that more specifically and the process. There are just a basic plan view that's attached to the package, but not drawings. Those details will come further later, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Yep.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Roland Yip, Deputy Director of Public Works / City Engineer. We have a representative from Peninsula Clean Energy, Ross Fisher. He is available here to answer some questions, and he can speak a little bit more on the timing and some more details on this carport that we're installing.
Okay, awesome.
Good evening, everyone. Ross Fisher with Peninsula Clean Energy. Honorary Mayor, and council members, nice to speak with you all. So the array itself is somewhat malleable, so this design presently is meant to represent what the intention is. We haven't gone through formal engineering, which does include geotechnical soil samples as well to determine the final carport footprint. What we've been doing for other agencies as well is been providing 3D renderings, so you can actually see isometric views, plan views underneath the array itself, and we'll be doing that for this project as well.
So is that something that would come back to council, though? Or, I mean, we're approving the project tonight, or it can be shared with us? I'm mostly concerned about the neighbor next door, right, who's had to endure a lot of construction already, and I just want to make sure.
Sure. So an approval today would just be an intent to move forward with the project. But again, the actual layout, the footprint, that is adjustable, and we have the ability to adjust that based on feedback from you and the Pacifica team.
Okay. All right.
Bowles, sorry, I keep pushing that incorrectly. Councilmember Bowles, I know that Public Works did reach out to the neighbors and to the immediate adjacent neighbor about the concept, and perhaps Mr. Yip can speak to that, or Director Mullins.
Yes, we did reach out to that neighbor. I've talked to him. I walk by and take walks around City Hall. So we have met with him. He is open to the idea. It's not going to be high enough to block, the second story views. He doesn't have any issues with it, and we have coordinated with him. We'll continue to coordinate with him as the project progresses.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So unless there are other questions? Nope. I move that we approve the consent.
Well, actually, I have one
sorry.
more
Please
quick
go ahead.
question. I was just wondering, I noticed that there was a prevailing wage contingency on the PCE project, and I was wondering if they would be willing to at least consider a local hire if possible, and particularly when it comes to apprenticeships and things.
Yep, absolutely. So we're working with a local union contractor on this entire portfolio, McMillan Electric. That would be the installation contractor for this project as well.
Awesome, thank you, and thank you very much for what you do.
Yeah,
Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're really excited about this project.
Yes.
I'll
All right.
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Did my light work?
Sorry, the motion was made by Councilmember Bowles to approve the consent calendar, and the second was made by Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Beers? Councilmember Beer? Okay.
Whatever.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My light.
And the vote passes unanimously.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. This brings us to public comment on items not on the posted agenda. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. There will be a 3-minute time, and only items not on the agenda for tonight's meeting may be addressed, and comments on non-agendized items must address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. If comments do not address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city will provide you with an initial warning to stay within the subject matter jurisdiction. If the warning is not followed, the mayor will direct city clerk to cut off the microphone. I'm sure that will not happen. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards. And then I don't know about anybody on the phone, so I'm going to call the first 3, Cliff Lawrence, Aaron Clark, and Michael Wallman. Oh, wait. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members,
Good evening.
staff. I wanted to raise the awareness that we're in a new environment now as of the past week. And we have a large immigrant population here. I'm sensitive to this issue. I even have a number of questions myself, like, what do I do if somebody comes knocking on my door claiming they have a warrant? Where do I go and get help? How do I establish that the warrant is valid? Do I have options? I myself am a born citizen, but that might not actually mean that I won't face a challenge. Today's report was that over the weekend, where there was a roundup of 1,200 plus, almost 50% of those didn't have criminal records. They're just getting swept up in collateral actions. And I think for our community, I imagine there's people who are more afraid than I am, who are very concerned. I attribute this kind of concern to one of the reasons why we have such a low voter registration and turnout in our District 1, that people try to keep a low profile for whatever reason. So we need the help. We need it to be timely. It has to address both the immigrant and the regular population. For the regular population, how do we support those of our neighbors? How can we be there in their time of need? What's appropriate, what's not? And we just need a lot of really good guidance. And I hope that, I don't know really what it really means right now to be a sanctuary city. I hope it means something. And all I can say is put out a prayer for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, once again, I'm exhausted before we even get started, but here we go. So what you have in front of you is a rough draft of a fire mitigation plan that Public Works put together some years ago. People started calling Public Works, complaining about, loss of insurance and fire issues, and so Public Works looked into it. We found out that the city of Pacifica was the only city that wasn't sending a representative to the Fire Council every month to meet with CAL FIRE. We also found that there was grant money available at that time, and the assistant city manager asked us to put a plan together and apply for that grant money. So we did, and the grant money was to be awarded to the city that had the best fire plan, and of course, we put one together in like 3 weeks, and we got the money. We also worked out a deal with CAL FIRE to, they would allow us to use their track chipper. We're the only city that they would allow to use it because they trusted our workers and knew that we knew what we were doing. And so we also were replacing the skid steer machine at that time. So we purchased the best skid steer you could buy. It's rated for steep slopes. It has a forestry cab. It has the high flow hydraulics. And it had a masticator head capable of removing massive amounts of brush in a very short amount of time. So basically, we had the plan, we had qualified employees, we had the money, we had the equipment. So what happened? Well, I hate to say it, but the city manager's what happened. He squashed the whole project because, according to the assistant city manager, his words were he didn't want to do any work in open space because any work done might incur a maintenance responsibility. So we're back to that whole not wanting to do maintenance thing again. The city has an obligation to maintain its open space already. So the bottom line is, to have to sit and listen to that dog and pony show tonight when the city's done absolutely nothing and could be years and years ahead on this if we'd taken it seriously years ago, and the city has let the equipment sit at Public Works and rust away and now wants to put some stupid carport at City Hall, it sounds like, while the city equipment's rusting away because it's not covered up. And it's incredibly aggravating. This stuff is not difficult. I've worked on many fire projects in the last year. I've done them for the county around Memorial Park. I've done them for Pacifica Open Space. I'm working on property up in Paradise, clearing Scotch broom that's grown in after the fire. I have these projects going on all over the place. The city of Pacifica is the only city anywhere in the world that's not doing anything at all. In spite of what they said tonight, it's a joke. There's nothing being done, nothing. And all the equipment is just sitting there doing nothing. So I just don't even know what to say. I don't know how long you people on the city council are going to tolerate this stuff. The only way things get done is if people go out and actually do work. You don't get anything done pushing papers around on a desktop. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael? Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Mike Wallman. I put a package for each of you, as well as I sent an email, although it was at 6:24 this evening.
Would you please pull the microphone right by your mouth, please?
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. I have a 3-point item here that I will try to get through as quickly as I can. I do see the timer there. Thank you for that. First, regarding the 70 new housing units at Odsted, per the Pacifica School District's developers website, on March 20th of 2023, the City of Pacifica's Planning Commission certified that the project's environmental impact report and unanimously approved the project. That approval, including necessary rezoning and an associated development agreement with the City of Pacifica, were subsequently confirmed by the unanimous action of the City Council on Monday, April 24th, 2023. Brookwood continues to serve as PSD's development manager for the final design and construction of the project, which is expected to be occupied at the beginning of the 2026-27 school year. Did the City of Pacifica approve this based upon the 2016 traffic analysis study, which was only for phase 1 of the project, 45 units? And you can find the spreadsheet attached in what I've provided you there. If you use the same formula, you'll find that 70 units actually does increase traffic, whereas 45 did not. Per Pacifica's school board meeting on 12/18 of 2024, PSD intends to build all 70 units, both phase 1 and 2. PSD also decided at that meeting to use both smaller COPs and bond funds. Our March 2024 Measure G bond funds being used for the purpose of building these 70 units, and if they're being used from Fund G, where are the associated required annual audits and independent citizens oversight committee? Second, regarding the Russ decision on Wednesday the 22nd to vote on the planned relocation of students out of Ocean Shore School and thereby forcing a closure of OSS this fall, is the City of Pacifica aware of any potential development agreement to turn OSS into new housing? Did the justification that was used by the board, citing a budget shortfall, including PSD's expected revenue increase into PSD's general fund in the 2026-27 school year from this new rental income that would be generated from renting out those 70 new units at Odsted? Has the City of Pacifica or PSD conducted a traffic analysis associated with PSD's planned relocation of students from OSS? May I please have a few more moments?
Actually, we have to have you finish your last thought, and you did submit the copies to us, so we do have the remainder of your comments.
Thank you. We would certainly appreciate any insight you can provide in regards to this potential traffic impact by moving students around, as well as we do want people to be aware that there is an active recall that we are working on.
Thank you.
We hope the city can help with that. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay, sorry, I didn't call any people. Suzanne Moore, Kathy Maresco, and Lynn Adams.
Suzanne Moore from District 2, and I just wanted to add my voice to concerns for Pacifica's immigrant population, and a thank you to our city manager for clarification of our sanctuary city and the support that we can provide. Pacifica is a sanctuary city, and it would be good to provide information for immigrants to know their rights, to clearly state the city's level of cooperation with federal immigration enforcement agents, to post resources available to all immigrants, and to post ways community may become more involved if we're interested. Pacificans all deserve to live in safety and without fear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Maresco. Thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer, Mayor Pro Tem Bear, Councilmember Bowles, Wright, and Espinoza. I wanted to speak tonight regarding the matter of Mary Bear, who was nominated and voted to be Mayor Pro Tem. I've been here the last 2 meetings, and I've seen everything that happened. On the night that Mary Bear was nominated, there was a lot of discussion. When you voted, all 5 of you voted in favor of Mary Bear. Nobody voted no. You all voted in favor. It was unanimous. I know one member was very upset, believing that it was her turn to be mayor pro tem, but that's not what happened. Mary was nominated. You all voted in favor. It was a unanimous decision. The last meeting was incredible. I've never seen anything like it, where people would come to the council and ask for a do-over on a vote, a unanimous vote. There was no question about how the vote went, and to ask that it be redone. The last meeting, I left here at 10 o'clock and watched it at home. It went on till 1 in the morning. And I thought really it was quite whiny and ridiculous. And then I know as council members, you all take hard hits all the time. But for anyone to consider or to question Mary Bear's integrity, I think is ridiculous, because her reputation is beyond reproach, and you know that. It's above reproach. And now I'm really sad to hear that you would be stepping down from a position that's very well earned. And in you stepping down, Christine, I hope you don't imagine.
Excuse
that
me,
you
actually,
default.
you aren't allowed to address people individually. I'm sorry. I was supposed to jump on that.
I'm sorry.
A little slow on the uptake there.
Okay. But again, I hope that it doesn't imagine that there's a default position in this. And again, Mary, you know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Adams, Anita Reese, and Cindy Abbott. And that, Cindy Abbott is the last card that I have.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Council members and mayor, city council, and city manager. I just wanted to give a report for the Pacific Beach Coalition for 2024. I want to thank you for your patience. I've not been available the last 6 months because of an injury, but I'm back. So 2024, the Pacific Beach Coalition engaged just approximately 11,000 volunteers, removed 29,000 pounds of recycling trash, 250,000 cigarette butts, raising our total of cigarette butts since 2014 to 2,100,000, which is over a ton, which would probably fill this area to the ceiling. Also, we removed 59,000 pounds of green waste. 50,000 pounds of green waste. And since 2005 here in Pacifica, and our work has extended beyond that for the last 5-10 years, we have engaged over 180,000 volunteers to remove over 450,000 pounds of trash and recycles. And I think that needs to be celebrated, and is a remarkable amount that we still have that much. I'm proud to say that this year we did have less trash, I think because we're making strides, but there's too much to do, and it's a very hard haul. This past weekend, in honor of Martin Luther King, our Lindemar cleanup had 110 volunteers, and they had an additional 107 volunteers for the habitat restoration, planted nearly 400 native plants, mulched a huge area, removed a whole mess of weeds, and really made a remarkable difference there. Finally, I want to invite you all and set your dates for Earth Day. Will be April 26th. Will be our Earth Day of Action and a Pelican Fest, similar to Whale Fest, but we'll be honoring pelicans and engaging the students again to run student activities or activities for everybody, right, like we did last time. So we invite you all to set aside that date, April 26th. 9 to 11 is action. 10:30 to 1:30 will be the Pelican Fest. So I hope you all can make it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was paying attention. Sorry. Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center. I just wanted to share a few updates. We are continuing to be open Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 9 to 5, Wednesday, 9 to 7, and Friday, 9 to 1. We are closed Monday through Thursday from 12:30 to 1:30, and we are open one Saturday a month. The next Saturday office hours is on February 8th. Sorry. We were just open this last Saturday for the launch of our tax program. If you need help preparing your taxes, we provide them at no cost to the folks who need them by tax certified or IRS certified tax preparers. As in past years, we are offering a $20 gift card to anyone who saves at least $50 at the time that they do their taxes. And for folks who have not done it before, we will match up to $300 of savings at the time that they do, taxpayers do their taxes over the course of a year. So if you do your taxes with us, save $300 and haven't done it before, we will match it over the course of 1 year to take advantage of that moment in time when you have a little extra cash. I also wanted to just share with Holiday Joy, we were able to provide gifts or gift cards to help 233 children from 115 families. And the holidays came really fast this year, so there were a lot of folks who came to us kind of later on than usual. And a week before Christmas, we had 87 kids on the wait list. And thanks to community members and groups, all of the children who needed help were helped. And thank you to Mayor Beckmeyer for just coordinating all the folks who coordinated at the last minute to get us those last few to really make sure that everybody had happy holidays. I also wanted to share that our Unhoused on the Coast outreach work is available to respond to outreach requests within 3 hours, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 5. So if you see somebody living outside, please email us at ucoutreach@pacresourcecenter.org or call our Unhoused on the Coast program manager, Mike, call or text at 650-575-4861. And like I said, within 3 hours, we'll send somebody out to check on them and offer services. I also wanted to just mention that our pantry visits are up to twice a month for any Pacifica resident who has signed up for our grocery programs. So give us a call, 650-738-7470. Email info@pacresourcecenter.org to sign up for any of those programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
One question for you. What is the income limit for the taxes for services?
Oh, sorry, no questions.
I'm sorry, so during public comments, we don't allow, it's against the Brown Act to deliberate with staff. So they present their public comments, and then council members can briefly comment, but we don't like to engage in question and answer.
I thought it was a good information for the people who are watching, so they know what is the income limit.
We'll talk after public comment. We can talk. Okay.
Hello, Cindy Abbott. I was hopeful at the January 13th meeting that there would have been a significant apology for the public condescension, and a substantiated declaration made that Councilmember Bowles was not ready to be Mayor Pro Tem. I was also hopeful for a change of heart, acknowledging that someone was being elevated to a second term as Mayor Pro Tem before a highly qualified individual who hadn't yet had that opportunity to serve in that capacity and was and is next in turn. I'm proud to live in a democracy where we can come and speak with our elected officials that we all know as community members and can share our voice. It's our right to do that. That's what a democracy is about. It is not whining. And it is not terrorism. It is speaking to our elected officials who we know and care about, but need to at times share our opinions with. I'm proud of Mary Beer. She's shown that she is the person that I have always known Mary to be, and I have deep respect for that. and her statement earlier tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I did receive 2 more cards, Don Zadonis and Marge Davis.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I am here in support of Christine Bowles tonight. And we've heard a lot over the past few weeks and months, but at the base of it, we appreciate Christine's ability to listen, connect, and be a voice for District 2. So tonight, I just want to stick to the facts. They're very simple. Fact number 1, there is confusion about the process for electing the position of Mayor Pro Tem. Fact number 2, due to this, District 2 has been passed over in regard to representation at this level. Fact number 3, District 2 voted for Christine because she is capable and completely ready to represent us. She was given this approval of readiness when she won the seat on City Council. This isn't about blame. This is just wanting transparency and a fair process. So I respect and appreciate all of the service of our council members. So I'm hoping that with the resignation tonight, that it's only part of the process. I know we'll be discussing tonight what that process looks like moving forward, but I really do want to see District 2 be equally represented in this city. So thank you.
Thank you. Marge Davis, and that is the last card I have.
I'm taller. Good evening, everyone. Honorable Mayor, council members, city manager, and part of this is from you, and I wanted to say I appreciate it, and I hope you don't mind that I'm going to share it. But first I wanted to answer Maida's question. The IRS FIDA which is volunteer income tax assistance, recommendation is $67,000 or less, but PRC will assist in higher income based on 80% of median income. Okay. So this evening, in my rush to get here, I was looking through emails and I picked up my Connect with Pacifica, and I found what I thought was an inspirational reminder, and I'm going to share it. This is a direct quote. As we all collectively, locally, across the state, and nationwide, engage on important topics to our communities, our state, and our nation, I'm reminded about the Art for a Peaceful and Just Community project, which is focused on creating avenues of understanding and commonality to visibly demonstrate how the community stands together for kindness and compassion. Reflecting on visible art, and I'd add music and nature as well, can help us reflect on ourselves and our community of friends, family, neighbors, as well as local businesses, organizations, and governments, and gain insight how we can strive for more kindness and compassion. Sincerely, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. It was a reminder I needed, and I just wanted to share it with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I have a whole bunch of other cards. They're all related to item 5. Oh, there's one more? Yes. It says number 5. But if you... That's okay. Please.
Sorry, I need to wear my glasses, I guess. Yes, good evening. So December 9th was painful. I think what's different on that particular session for changing of mayor and mayor pro tem was the word ready. So in all of the years that I've been involved, which is a long, long, long time, the word ready was never used, and that was part of the startling part. And we don't want to see pain in our city. We don't want to see any more pain going on over this. It is difficult to get beyond, for sure, and thank you, Mary, for what you're doing. We know, we respect, and it's nice that people actually realize that every single person that gets up there, is putting a lot of themselves, a lot of sacrifice in there, and we can always make a misspeak or whatever. But I think the shocking and painful thing was the not ready, because I don't know, when I took the oath of office, I couldn't speak when it happened to be a judge, maybe that was more pressure, was, are you of sound mind? And I actually could not talk for a minute. It's like whether or not you're of sound mind. It's a scary position. So whatever we as a community can do to get past this and become able to trust each other a little more, and that will take work, I'm sure. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Emily, do we have commenters on the phone?
We have 3 raised hands. The first is for Irene Lee.
Irene, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I just want to thank Mary Bear for stepping down as Mayor Pro Tem, so District 2 has a fair representation. I hope all of you will develop the selection process so there will be fairness to all districts. Second item is that we need an alternative route from Highway 1 for fire and earthquake evacuation, especially for folks in the Linda Mall area. I have submitted suggestions for alternative route in the general plan a while back. And the third and last item is I suggest the city planning and building department to allow for more non-combustible home construction, such as earthen and hempcrete home construction. We also need to get rid of non-native eucalyptus, English ivy, vine, and other very aggressive non-native plants. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Aaron Macias.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, council and staff. This is Erin Macias of Lindemar again. The entire city of Pacifica certainly witnessed what happened on December 9th and the following meeting as well. It is now time for council to right the wrong. Thank you, Mary Beer, for proposing to do the right thing by stepping aside so that Christine Bowles is afforded the opportunity to represent her district. I hope that Sue Beckmeyer and Greg Wright also do the right thing and vote to restore the integrity in our city leadership. I also would like to speak tonight to the short-term rental issue. I would like you to please limit the nights per year to maintain the integrity of our neighborhoods. I also would like to require on-site occupancy when short-term rentals are in operation so that nuisance conditions and crime do not occur in our residential neighborhoods. We need to require in-person inspections on all short-term rentals citywide. We need to require platform accountability. We also should only have one short-term rental per owner rule so that we do not allow corporate operators to manage multiple STRs with off-site and unaccountable owners. And we also need to put our code enforcement arm in the city to work. If an STR operator is a repeat offender, we should be shutting them down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Summer Lee.
Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Summer Lee. I wanted to speak about December 9th again also and really give a big heart-warming thanks to Mary Beer for walking the talk tonight. And I think there's a lot to learn from what happened December 9th, but one of the things I think Cindy was pointing out was that it's not great that we start calling each other bullies when the public is speaking up, or that this is democracy, that we should be able to make statements without being intimidated to not. And I know both sides are now saying that, but I just hope that we learn that there is decor that would best help us moving forward to solve really, really big problems coming up. And Mary, you took a really big step in leading the way for that tonight, so thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more callers?
We have an additional raised hand from Lila Ranero.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Just two things, quick things. Thank you, Mary Beer, and also I echo everything that Aaron Macias just said. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more raised hand. Is for Robin Brunn.
Please go ahead.
Hi there. Hello. I would be there in person if I did not have COVID right now. My name is Robin Brunn, and I'm a constituent of District 2 and the creator of the Pacifica Whale Spotting Group. Both of my housemates endorsed this statement. I'm happy to give this statement rather than one I had planned before Councilwoman Beers decided to step down. I want to thank Councilwoman Beer for righting this wrong. This speaks to her integrity. I applaud you and thank you for respecting District 2 voters and our rightful place in the mayoral seat. I appreciate your service. Meanwhile, Christine is a graduate of MIT and the owner of an architectural firm for over 30 years, who's managed complex construction projects valued at hundreds of millions of dollars. This is not about whether she's ready or qualified. We all know that she's more than both. I thank you, Councilwoman Beers, for taking the right stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another raised hand. It's stated as Galaxy Tab A.
Please go ahead.
Joanne Arnos. Good evening.
Good evening.
I want to thank Mary for taking the high road. I had a lot more to say, and I know you've heard enough about December 9th and how everything transpired, but I'm really in appreciation of Mary, and hopefully we can take another look at how in the future that we have some guidelines so that this disruption wouldn't happen again, and the hurt feelings and the general view from the public was not a good image on how democracy works. I didn't feel like it was a very good example at all. And the other thing I wanted to say about, there was a lot of comments about parliamentary rules. And to mute a discussion when nominations have been on the floor and there is no discussion about the procedure or how to go forward is not transparency at all. And that's my concern. And I know that this will be rectified when the subgroup, the ad hoc gets together and tries to resolve this so that we know what's required of the mayor and vice mayor and what the criteria is so that we can go forward in a transparency and what the actual requirements of the city is to go forward with this, so everybody will know, including the public. And so I'm sorry you were all in the hot seat. I do want us to set a good example, to be collaborative and to get along and, do what's right. And this is a footnote from some other interest that I have, and you might be too, is that the OSPAC committee is taking nominations for our Preservation Award, which will be coming up in the next couple of months. Pacifica News had put out a bleep, and so there's information around it. And now that I have a captive audience, I really appreciate you listening to that announcement. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other raised hands.
Thank you. I will close public comment and bring it back to the council. And we do not have any public hearings tonight. We have 2 consideration items, and I want to check in with council to see if we need a break, or if we shall go forth to item 5, appointment of city council ad hoc subcommittee to evaluate policies, etc. Break?
I would be in favor of hearing public comment on item 5, followed by a break.
Public comment first, then a break. How does that sit with the rest of the council? Sound good? Yes? Okay.
People go home.
I'd like to let you know there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards, and I'm sure some people on the phone who would like to speak, and I'll call the first 3 people. That would be Cliff Lawrence, Paul Jordan, oh, wait a minute. These are mixed up. Cliff Lawrence, Jennifer Bailing, Suzanne Moore. The first 3. We have 2 cards, that's why. This is a dupe.
Hello, Cliff Lawrence here, Honorable Mayor, City Councilman. Mary first, thank you. You've shown us so much. It's unfortunate that we're here this 3rd time about this, and my plea to you this evening is ask for a calendaring of something that we can have in the next meeting. We can be done with finding a new pro tem. We can have a committee take its time afterwards to figure out how to do this in the future, but we don't need to take that time out. We know what went wrong. I did a little research, from the agendas that were available to me from online. So this is a list of, from the headers of the agendas. Oh, thank you. The headers of the agendas to be able to establish who had what role in what year, and I was only able to take it back to 2012. But would it clear, the caveat is I don't know what was before that, so what happens in the top 2, say, rows here, I can't really speak to what happened there, but there is a really clear pattern here. What you'll see in the highlights that are yellow and orange, the yellow ones are where the pro tem was named pro tem in their 2nd year. The orange where they were named pro tem in their 3rd year. What this also shows is that during this time, up until Mayor Vaterlos, there was no repeat mayor in this period until then. My point this evening is this is my evidence that this, if Christine can't be pro tem this year and mayor next, we will have denied a person elected to this council the opportunity to be mayor once in their term. That hasn't happened to anybody on this sheet. Why should it happen now? This isn't about personality. This is about who sent you here. And I want to close with one of my new lines is, who we are is defined by what we do next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Jennifer Bailing, Suzanne Moore.
Hello, Mayor Beckmeyer, City Council members and staff. The speech that I had prepared tonight is now changed, given new highlights. My excerpts are that I was there for the December 9th meeting. I was not there for the January 13th. Again, my name is Jennifer Beeling, Pacifica resident and business owner, and originally my appeal was going to be to go with the December 9th City Council meeting reorganization as Mary Bear was nominated unanimously. And I just want to say that I've been super confused by the process and what has happened, and just really want to say that it seemed like the protocol wasn't followed, that I understood that it was supposed to not be a public nomination, that it was a nomination from the mayor and seconded by other people, other council members, and no one ever told Mary Bear why she wasn't qualified not to serve, just that she shouldn't serve and she should hand it over to Ms. Bowles. And it just really reminded me of what we've experienced with January 6th insurrection, but this time it was on the Pacifica City Council. So I just want to summarize and chase to the end that clearly it seems to be that standards need to be set to prevent dissension, and that I want to ask that when you prepare further clarity around nominations, that it be based on merit and not entitlement. Just because someone serves on the council does not alone qualify them to serve as mayor pro tem. Merit should be included on experience and skills and demonstrate working well with others on the council, Pacifica staff, and public, and show a comprehensive focus for the greater good of Pacifica, not just for their own district and special interest groups that greatly disadvantage the welfare of property owners who are the ones generating housing and business income for the city, and income that poorly funded Pacifica cannot afford to lose. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Suzanne Moore, then Lynn Adams and Pete Shoemaker.
Suzanne Moore from District 2. There's a saying about when a door is closed, someone might leave a window open, and that someone is Council Member Mary Beer. Mary commented that she doesn't need a title to do the work of the community, and that's so true. Mary works hard for Pacifica, for young people in our school district, and for many vulnerable community members. I know Mary to be a collaborator, a mentor, and I consider her a generous and caring friend. That's why I suggest we open wide Mary's window of opportunity and adopt a tested plan to equitably rotate mayor pro tem among council members with at least 2 years' experience. I guess I disagree with the prior speaker. It is the community that elected you to council. And it is wonderful to have that rotation be equitable. The community expects our representatives their time to serve as mayor and mayor pro tem. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Adams, Pete Shoemaker, and Dawn Zadonis.
I think Dawn left.
Oh, maybe she'll
FYI.
call.
But she spoke last time. I am here actually as a representative of District 2, and I brought together 17 signatures, kind of challenging the process of not letting there be a discussion before there was a nomination and a vote. And I think that was not appropriate. Mary, I thank you for being the big person that you are. And I feel very strongly that Christine is as able and ready as anyone has ever been. And I've watched a lot of people over the years take their first time at mayor, and I've seen all of them get a lot of help. So Christine has done the work. District 2, basically, these signatures that I got in a half an hour, and I could probably come back with 100 more if I had a little more time. But they all appreciate now, Mary, your actions and the confirmation, hopefully, and the nomination of Christine to represent District 2, which has not had a mayor in our district since 2011, I think. But it's important that we do share the burden, but we also share the opportunity of the mayor and mayor pro tem roles. And so I thank you for being fair and for revisiting this situation that really should not have happened. But thank you.
Thank you. Pete Shoemaker, Kimberly Finale, Mark Hubble. Pete, in the house? Maybe he'll call? Kimberly Finale, Mark Hubble, Sue Degree.
Good evening, council members. Nice to see you all. I haven't been around much the past few months. Oh, by the way, Kimberly Finale, Pacifica resident, and I'm here this evening speaking as a private citizen. I haven't been around much the past few months, but I have been following along, and I'm now finding it imperative to return. Frankly, I hate to come back under these circumstances because not only am I disappointed, I'm shocked in the precedence-breaking behavior on display since the swearing in of our new council members and selection of mayor and pro tem mayor. If we were in kindergarten, what do you think our teacher would say? It's very simple. Everyone gets a turn. In Pacifica, we have this beautiful sign. It says, "Pacifica stands united in love." The sign that the majority of this sitting council chose to prominently post in this building and around our city. The sign I've proudly had in my front window for all to see since the hate-filled callers bombarded our city council meetings last year. I loved that sign, I believed it, and I'm here to remind you what you say Pacifica stands for: love. And if this council doesn't make a bold decision tonight by selecting Councilmember Bowles as Mayor Pro Tem, this sign is meaningless. The sign, "Pacifica stands united in love," these signs should come down because hypocrisy is a bad look. The decision to carry out this nonsense reeks of premeditation and favoritism, just when we need to be united in love most. You can say there is no ulterior motive here, but actions speak louder than words, and your actions have spoken volumes. Is this the new precedent you want to set? Is this what you want your legacy to be? We are all equal, and I expect so much better than this from our city council. Let's fix it tonight and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Hubble, Sue Degree, and Paul Jordan. Oh, Paul just left. Hopefully Paul will call.
Hi, I'm Mark Hubble. I'd like to thank the Pacifica City Council and staff for all the hard work that they do. As citizens, we should be taking the California mandate for district elections more seriously. This mandate is intended to ensure that citizens of each district are properly and fully represented, that our unique neighborhood issues are clearly understood, communicated to city staff, and acted upon in a timely manner. What is also at stake is how the city's representatives present these neighborhood issues to higher levels of government. The quality of representation at important committees, regional commissions, and some who have direct bearing on funding for our needs for our city. If you have seen our past mayors touring Pacifica with congresspeople and/or regional governing organizations or state officials, then you know the impact the mayor has. Currently, Council Member Christine Bowles, along with those significant of the approximately 7,000 citizens in her district are being passed over for significant opportunities. Folks who live in District 2 who voted for Christine should not be denied the benefit of her advocacy, knowledge, and wisdom. Christine is ready. Let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Abbott, Tiger Jazz Big Stick. And I have no further cards.
I called Sue first.
Oh, Sue. I'm sorry. Sue, Cindy, Tiger. Pardon me.
Good evening again. Regarding reevaluation of everything, I personally like to believe that everything should be reevaluated on a regular basis. So going forward, I'm a little bit concerned about a subcommittee of 2. Actually, I like to see things more done in front of us, in public, as maybe a staff report would be helpful, but I'm a little concerned about a subcommittee of 2. And as some others have said already this evening, this is about the public. And being as fair and not only fair, but civil, so that we're careful how we say things. So I appreciate your considering those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Cindy Abbott, and then Tiger Jazz Big Stick.
Evening again, everyone. Cindy Abbott. I'm hoping that you're going to keep this simple. And your protocol has been so that you don't violate the Brown Act, having subcommittees of 2 who then bring everything back to the council for vote and deliberation. And I think that's a good idea. It's simple, it can be clean. I think that there's already ideas that have been shared in public comments and in staff reports about various approaches. That can include Half Moon's Bay, who has a very clear process about providing the opportunity very clearly for public comment, separated between the goodbyes to prior council members and then the mayoral and mayor pro tem nominations. And that's actually something that has been done in Pacifica in the past, but did not happen this meeting. I actually went back and watched 5 or so different reorganizations. And that protocol has happened for whatever reason, maybe in the fond farewells and things, that some of that protocol got missed that needs to be reinstituted. But I think that the Half Moon Bay meeting that I also watched has a really nice way where the city clerk provides all of the background very clearly up front about what the process is, so that both existing council members and new council members just seated are very clear on what they can do and what they can't do. It also provides for multiple nominations so that no one is embarrassed. It's putting all names on the table. Everybody on the dais has the ability to be recognized as a potential candidate, not just quickly moving it through to go and eat cake. So I suggest that the subcommittee be formed and that you review some of those key things. Los Altos, that I think the city staff report also referred to before, is a good model where they talk about the rotation system, and that someone who has been on council for more than 2 years can become the selected individual prior to somebody who has served in that capacity again, for fairness and equity. I think that's the goal. You are all qualified, or you wouldn't be sitting there. So it's not about who's ready or who's qualified. We elected each of you knowing that each of you had the capacity to be mayor and mayor pro tem. So let's keep it simple. Hope to see this back in a few months. I think council members can do this quickly with very little staff support needed and not a long, drawn-out, complicated process. We just need to make sure that it's clear to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiger Jazz Big Stick, and that is the last card I have, and we'll go to the phones.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I am Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick of Pacifica. Over the course of this evening, I'm reminded of a quote that I shared on another occasion, but I thought it bore repeating. It's a Chris Chandler quote in this instance. in which he said something, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that which makes America great is that which it fears the most, each other. And I was moved by one of the speakers speaking about Pacifica standing united in love. And as I took just a few seconds to meditate on that, it occurs to me, as I meditate on my own journey in love, it has a lot to do with self-reflection, growing, and ever trying to become something more than I am now that certainly I could find more appealing, and hopefully thereby there's an effect that is wavelength in nature. I was swayed by some of the comments of Councilmember Espinoza after I had left last time. And by the way, I take it that the next meeting is going to be a very important one for Pacifica. I apologize I cannot be here. It is my love's birthday, and she will absolutely kill me if I am present here. Otherwise, I would show the respect of showing up. But I was swayed by the premise that rotation might actually be in the best interest. When I spoke last time, I spoke on Palo Alto's, what I saw in Palo Alto, because it was very impressive. They also have a 7-member council rather than a 5-member council. And it would seem more appropriate, given that there's a central problem around everybody seeing their rotation, coupled with the premise of districting. And, you know, with tonight's revelation, there's a subtle irony that presumably if there was a rotation kept in the order that mayors representing districts, because bear in mind, we've only had 3 mayors representative districts since districting elections only began in 2020 and therefore 2023, et cetera. And so districts 2 and 3 are the 2 that after this year haven't been represented. There will be a new council member from District 3 at the beginning of the coming cycle. Of course, the same could be said if Councilmember Bowles decided not to run. That could also be a district in which no representative had experience. So all is that to say, I would look closely at South San Francisco's model because I believe they've come to some conclusions. Also, a 4-0 fail-safe in case of worst-case scenarios might be worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none, Emily, do we have any speakers on the phone?
We have 4 raised hands. The first is for, we have 4 and up raised hands. The first is for Dinah Verby.
Please go ahead.
Good evening. I'm homesick. Apologize for my voice. I just wanted to, first of all, express my really heartfelt thank you to Councilmember Beer for your actions and your statement tonight. I know this has been a really, really difficult time, and but you are showing the grace and leadership and leading us to a healing place that I think everybody has needed. And so I just want to tell you how deeply I appreciate that. And as for the process going forward, I do believe that there is merit to the idea of having each district have an opportunity to be represented in those official titles. And I also just want to say that I do think this could be done pretty quickly without hopefully a lot of staff time and study time needed. And then again, I just wanted to emphasize a point that some others have made about the importance of having separate comment periods, distinguishing between public comment on outgoing councils and the incoming ones. And I'm going to just leave it at that because I'm not feeling so great tonight. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Peter Loeb.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, Peter Loeb, I thank you for this Zoom opportunity. I'm another person who's homesick, and this allows us to participate in these meetings. I'm grateful for this. I'm also grateful to Councilmember Beer for her principled stand, and I want to acknowledge that. I too am not that clear-headed. I wanted to say that the item on your agenda is about forming an ad hoc committee. I don't think you need to do that. I think keep it simple. Adopt the South San Francisco model. I agree with Councilmember Espinoza's comments at the previous meeting. You want to save time, you want to eliminate the drama and all the other stuff and have a clear-cut rotation system. Now that we have district elections, you want to be able to rotate the mayor through each district. I've said before, I don't like district elections in a town as small as Pacifica, but we have it, so we might as well work with it. It's very simple to set up a rotation system. You have to have served on the council for a couple of years. If your district was the last one, it's been the longest since your district has had the mayor, then it's your turn, so forth and so on. It's not difficult to do this. I don't think you need an ad hoc subcommittee to belabor this forever and ever. But this is your decision as a council. I hope you will do the right thing, and I reluctantly support rotating the mayor through districts now that we have district elections just since 2020. What happened before 2020, I think, is irrelevant because that was not district elections. And perhaps my time is up. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Summer Lee.
Please go ahead.
Hi, Summer Lee again, and also a member of the SIC community, but also a member of Pacifica community. And thank you, yes, for having Zoom, so that when we feel like crud, we're not making others exposed to our crud. I won't echo many of the great comments made tonight, but I wanted to be a voice for having an easy fix like that of adopting a drama-free South San Francisco protocol. And say that if December 9th didn't happen, this time would be used for solving critical issues in Pacifica. So I want to go one step further and hope that a redo is done really quickly, but even reconsider the mayoral positions whose actions put us in this moment of needing to heal from division and the great misuse of time. What was at stake was who would represent Pacifica in the LCLUP process, and that's why the private property folks are here tonight at all costs, comparing community members who are asking for fairness and equity, comparing us to January 6 rioters. So back to this process, let's skip the drama and not pass over someone who actually would represent the area that is deeply affected by coastal erosion and the LCLUP upcoming LCLUP process. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Irene Lee.
Hi. I want to say thanks again to Mary Bear for stepping down, and I want to point to you that I have sent in my comment back on January 15 on some suggestions of selection, and as echoed by Peter and earlier, that you don't need another committee. I mean, basically the rotational process is actually the quickest way to go and is the fairest way to go. So I would hope that you guys can get that all done and then we can move on to other issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Lila Renero.
Please go ahead.
Hello again, everyone. I'll keep it short and sweet. Ditto what City Abbott said. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for, I think, Joanne Arnos.
Please go ahead.
Yes, hello, it's Joanne again. And I wanted to suggest that you, the city council members, have had some experience into what happened on December 9th. So I would like it to propose to you that this could be critical thinking on your part, that you come up with the guidelines to go to the future. What the roadblocks were, what the issues were on December 9th, and how it manifested in such a negative way. You've heard from us. Many people have called in, presented themselves there. So in the guise of we still have DEI at this moment for most of cities and nonprofits and for-profits are guiding their delivery internally for diversity, equity, inclusion, that you would use those guidelines to come up with a remedy on some kind of process that would be diverse, but it would be equitable and would be including everybody has a turn, and what kind of process and criteria that you're comfortable with going forward and working together on solving the problems that are presented to you by City Council. I trust that you, whether it's a subcommittee, whether it's an ad hoc, or whether it's just you putting it on the agenda and coming up with a solution. You know how we feel. You know what the roadblocks were in the, I hate to say this, hurt feelings and disagreements within the council and from the public. So I trust that you can solve this and you'll come up with a process that we, the public, will be happy with going forward, that we all feel like we're being represented by the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a second raised hand from Irene Lee.
Unless that's someone at the house that's not Irene Lee. Is there someone at the house that's not Irene Lee that wishes to speak on this item? No? You think it's a little mistake, maybe?
She is unmuted. She is given permission to speak, but has not unmuted.
Give her a chance to see if there's someone else in her household. Or...
That's what I was saying. Irene, if you can hear us and if you can unmute, we just want to figure out if there's someone in your household besides you that wishes to speak on this item, since you already did speak on this item.
She is still muted.
And you're still muted, according to our Assistant City Clerk, because she sees it on the screen. Well, let me suggest that if there are comments that you want to make to the council, that you send an email to the City Council at pacifica.gov. Are there any further callers?
There are no other raised hands.
Okay, so we will close public comment. It is 10 o'clock. No, it is 9:58. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Recording stopped.
We are back.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so we've heard our public comment. And now I don't know where my agenda went. There it is. And the item is item 5. Appointment of council ad hoc subcommittee to evaluate policies for annual selection process for mayor and mayor pro tem, and continuation of discussion from the January 13th, 2025 agenda item regarding the mayor pro tem selection. So we're considering appointing a 2 council member limited term ad hoc subcommittee to work with city staff to evaluate potential process changes for the annual mayor pro tem selection process, and continuing our discussion. And I will throw it open to council members.
I have an idea.
Okay.
And I want to ask if we can do that. I wanted to see if we can have 2 mayor pro tem and 2 mayors for this next coming year. Since Mary is leaving, and I think both of them can work together. And I don't know about the Brown Act, but maybe they can do switch with Bachmeyer. So I think that's my look at the city attorney looking at me. Oh my God.
So we can't, if you're asking, can we actually make the new selection tonight? We cannot. It's not on the agenda. So, but, council can certainly give direction to the manager to place it on the next agenda. That can happen. But we can't take action on that tonight.
Right, tonight. Okay. So I'm just suggesting that for this next term, we can have the two of them being a mayor. So since Pacifica is very special, why not to do something like that?
Well, that is something that the council can decide. And I will say that there are some councils who have split a term. So there, one council member is mayor for 6 months, and then another council member is a mayor for the final 6 months. So it really, there are no laws, regulations related to how the council wants to select their mayor or their mayor pro tem. So these are regulations that, the 5 of you can decide, and that is actually what this process, this ad hoc subcommittee is supposed to be considering, and consider all of those options.
People out there might think I'm crazy.
No.
But it's a suggestion, so that way both of them will be happy, and I think that they can work together.
I don't see lights, so does someone want to speak?
Well, I was just going to go through some examples. So there have been some city examples in the agenda for the last meeting, and then a little bit added in this agenda too. So I don't know if everybody's had a chance to look at all those and really think about, how we might want to do this. So not for this year, Myra, but for for the future. So we're setting a policy, so hopefully we don't have this kind of acrimony and an upset public in the future. I can start with what I have summarized from some of these different cities, if that's helpful. But I also, I'm happy hearing from all of you if you have particular ideas, especially you two that have, been on here longer. So.
I think Councilmember Wright had something he wanted to say. Is that correct? Because I don't want to speak before all the council members have had a chance to speak.
Sure, I'd be happy to put in my 2 cents. I love the creative thinking. So, something I never would have thought of.
Yeah.
When we started on this, I was convinced that the nomination process was the way to go. I'm still not unconvinced of that, but in trying to think through how it all works, there's always a snag with the nomination process. So I figured, look at the rotation process. Try thinking that through. In this case, there's also a snag. So no matter what we do, there's going to be a snag. And I think that is the wisdom of having the ad hoc committee, so that you can take the time to sit there and really hash out all this and come to what is the best policy. And I think that's what everybody wants. And I think everybody wants a chance to be heard. I think everybody wants a chance to have their opportunity. And I think that's what we want to try to accomplish. I have way too many opinions on this to go through it now, because otherwise we'd be here till 3 in the morning. So I'm just going to table that and suggest that the ad hoc committee is really the way to go, and that we spend our time talking about how do we get there, as opposed to going through the specifics, because that would be a very long discussion.
I think the ad hoc committee might still be important, and people in the community have suggested that maybe if we find something simple, we don't need to. I think it's important that we have this discussion tonight about what is important to put in this, or else the ad hoc committee is looking at 100 different things and spinning our wheels, and, you know, that's going to make that work a lot more difficult. So we've been given examples. Some of us have watched other meetings and seen how they've happened, and, you know, I think the more direction we can give, then the clearer path that the ad hoc committee knows the direction the council wants to head, right? Because there's some very different directions we could possibly head in. And then there's lots of little details to work out that
the ad hoc
committee could do, and actually writing what a draft of what the policy might be.
Is there a value in determining who the ad hoc committee is at this point? Because I don't think we've done that.
We haven't done that. And I don't know that we need to as part of the meeting.
Well, I actually have I need some advice from the city attorney.
Please.
Since Christine and I are paired on this item, if we have an ad hoc committee, are we precluded from being on the ad hoc committee with anybody else?
No, because you were, I'm assuming that you were in alliance on this agenda item. So this agenda item will be done tonight. So if the two of you want to be on an ad committee, or any other combination of two council members, that's a brand new discussion point, the protocol. So that would not be a Brown Act violation.
Thank you for the clarification.
Well, and I mean, looking through all the policies, I think that South San Francisco's policy is tight and fair, and I'm a fan of that one.
Mm-hmm.
I also really like Half Moon Bays, and so that's where I would be leaning to, if giving direction to that kind of rotation.
So Half Moon Bays wasn't actually written. It was
no, but I watched it.
No, right. But so their protocol is based on their following Rosenberg's rules. That allows nominations.
Right.
And then discussion of nominations.
I think that both of them should be looked at by the ad hoc.
What I believe I heard very loud and clear is a number of people suggesting there needs to be a rotation, a straight-up rotation, a clear rotation with, very little sections or suggestions around that, like the districts that not had representation in the mayor's seat, the longest, it gets to be first. And so somehow the ad hoc would have to look at all that and figure out what should the rotation be and codify that, in my opinion, so that it's clear. And then I did also hear a preference or a suggestion that maybe it's in I think Los Altos Hills or somebody, I heard Los Altos, with 2 years of experience on the council, anyone is eligible. So I don't know, I heard that, it makes sense to me, And then
Clarification, is that for mayor or for mayor pro tem or both?
I don't know.
It's
I
different.
think mayor. I think it was mayor, but I don't
can
know.
go through the different options in these cities, so. mhm.
So those are two things that I heard.
I like South San Francisco too. Because what I wanted to see is that when we get here, we don't have any, that kind of fighting to be a mayor pro, so everyone knows what's gonna happen, and we don't have to deal with that. I don't have to vote for you, and then you say, oh, how come you didn't vote it for me? So I don't wanna do that. I wanted to take that out of the equation, that way we don't have to deal with that. Once that you're here as a council member, our job is to work for the city, and that's it.
Oh, I agree, and I don't think anyone's disputing that. So I think the issue is there any preference for period of time that you've been on the council or anything like that? Is the rotation among the districts? That seems like the highest value that I heard.
Right.
Right?
Because by the time somebody is going to be able to be nominated, like right now there's 2 people. So, and Greg and I just came. 2 years going to happen before that.
Right.
Because the mayor and mayor pro tem.
There are a lot of communities that ask for 11 months, just as a point of reference, and that's more aimed at the mayor pro tem, so that by the time you are mayor, you do have 2 years' experience. The reason I bring that up is because, Myra, you and I are both, we're a 2. These guys are a 3. So if you have a 2-year requirement before you can be mayor pro tem, you're automatically guaranteeing that there's a potential for an inexperienced person having their turn be mayor.
Didn't most of them say 2 years?
So, yeah.
For
so-
mayor.
Yeah.
For mayor,
Every
right.
time we bring.
So just for mayor,
every
though.
Just
two
for mayor,
years.
yeah. So just to clarify, so Los Altos requires 11 months for mayor pro tem and 23 months for mayor. And I'm trying to decide remember if other cities require that too. South San Francisco, actually, I went back and reread it after talking to Tiger this weekend, because theirs is set up at a strict rotation by district, but then, that was one of my questions. So if it's set up for District 3, say, but District 3 has just been elected, and then you haven't had that experience. So they do have a caveat that says, in the event of new council members being elected and beginning their term on the district's mayor year, it will be required for any new council member to start their first year as council member, subsequent year as vice mayor, and the third year as mayor. So there is a caveat. So you have to have a year of experience to be mayor pro tem and 2 years to be mayor. And I think that makes sense. I mean,
Could I ask for a clarification on that? So does that automatically reset the order, or?
So it says that the order will temporarily skip that district's new council member next in line, until they're in their third year for mayor, or second year for mayor pro tem, I guess, which is written. So you're still, so it is a temporary reset.
It's a temporary reset, but
Right.
then you'd go back to that same order again. So you could theoretically have somebody be mayor, sit out a year and become mayor pro tem again the following year.
Wait, say that again?
Because if you skipped and you had to wait 2 years before you were mayor because you missed your turn, right?
If they
So you're-
like if like in the event that you don't want to be a mayor, if you don't want to be a mayor, then you will be the next on the line waiting, just in case you wanted to run. If it's not, then you go back to the back of the
Perhaps
line.
that's the issue I was trying to raise. Perhaps that's better served being dealt with in the ad hoc committee then.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, if you were not the next in line, but the next in line, you would be probably put in first, right, before that council member had their experience, right? You're just moving up the rotation
And I think that,
a year, so.
and I assumed that those were going to be the details that the ad hoc committee was really going to look at and bring us comparisons so that we could talk about it
I've
then.
tried all the different permutations,
Yeah.
and there's no way to have something perfect. It's
Right.
just not possible.
Yeah.
There's no way to have
Humans.
something what?
Perfect.
Oh, no, of course not. We're human.
Yeah.
We make mistakes.
Perspectives that you have to follow.
So, Madam Mayor, I neglected to say this when I was asked the question by Councilmember Espinoza, but, generally, when you have an item for consideration about whether or not you want to form an ad hoc and then provide direction to the ad hoc, you would usually appoint the ad hoc first.
Oh, okay.
So that you would know who is going to be on the ad hoc, so that the other three who are not going to be on the ad hoc, it provides them a more robust opportunity to give their input, because the ad hoc, whoever the ad hoc will be, does not need that kind of robust input, because they are actually going to be on the committee to advise the full council. So for what it's worth.
And what process is typically used for the appointment of the ad hoc? Is that a nomination? Is it a people volunteer?
It's just a motion, and it's usually, generally made by the presiding chair, or, it's made by a council member. I'm interested in being on the ad hoc. Another council member says, I'm interested in being the ad hoc. Not by motion, but first there needs to be an interest by council members who wants to be on the ad hoc first.
Correct.
And then once, I'm sorry.
No. Are you asking that question in
No.
fact, or is that a rhetorical example?
That's a rhetorical example
Okay.
of how,
I'll ask the question.
yes.
Who wants to be on the ad hoc?
I would like to be on that.
I see Mary Beer's hand. Do I see others?
I think it would be great if Mary and Christine worked on the ad hoc. Originally, I had thought Christine and I be on the ad hoc, but I think there may be some benefit to Pacifica for you two to be on. But Christine, if you're not willing to serve, then I would step up. But I think
Yeah.
you're the better choice, frankly.
I'm willing to serve. I don't need to necessarily. So, if anybody else, would like to do it, that's.
You want to do it with me? Since nobody else is.
Myra's volunteering, it sounds like.
Yes, with Mary.
It's up to you. It's not, I put my name in the hat.
How about you? Do you want to do it, Christine?
Not necessarily. I still have this EIR to read.
Okay.
So if we're going to try to do it quickly.
I got this.
And it doesn't necessarily have to happen quickly.
Okay.
But I think the sooner we can, it's kind of fresh in everybody's minds. And
I didn't hear from you, Sue Beckmeyer.
Oh, no, I am not putting my hat in the ring.
Okay. Greg?
In the absence of others, I'd be willing to serve.
So now if somebody wants to make a motion, that now would be the appropriate time. Or if you want to deliberate more. Mike. If the council would like to make a motion would be appropriate now, or the council can continue to deliberate.
Well, I did want to make one comment. It occurred to me when you just said it doesn't need to happen quickly. I also wanted to offer the observation that we heard public comment that said it doesn't need to happen at all, that we can just hash it out here and keep it really simple. I don't actually agree with that point of view. There was other comment that, and this is something that's within the bounds of this item, but does need to be done, and that is to schedule voting for a new mayor pro tem.
Right.
That, I heard pretty loud and clearly, needs to happen quickly, as in on the next agenda.
Yeah.
You think that we shouldn't follow the new process?
That is not what I heard. I'd like to hear what the
Why
council
don't we
thinks.
just select, do what we got to do now, and then work on the process for the future?
what do you mean by that? Do what we need to do now to decide the mayor pro tem?
Yes,
at the
and
next
then we
meeting?
go for that, because it's going to take too long.
No, we can't do that until next meeting. We have to put it on the agenda.
Right.
Right. So they're two separate things, the ad hoc,
Right.
and then putting it on the agenda, the vote on the agenda, which
And
is.
so the question is, I think Councilmember Wright is raising it, if I may. Do we need to have the ad hoc make the rules and then follow those rules in selecting the mayor pro tem for 2025? Or do we use some other process to select the mayor pro tem because we have a vacancy? And the ad hoc does its work over whatever time period it needs to take.
Christine? What do
No,
you?
you were getting ready to talk, Mary
No,
Ann?
no. Oh, Mary.
Oh. I mean, I assumed that we were going to vote next meeting. I thought we would talk about the process tonight, a little bit about what that would look like, but I think we need time, the ad hoc is going to need time.
I agree, the ad hoc.
I agree with that, and I think we can do the vote respectfully and say what the rules are and give time for public comment, some of the things that went wrong the first time, without necessarily having all this fleshed out.
Can we at least then decide on what the process is going to be for the vote next time, now?
Well, let's get the ad hoc committee decided, so I move that Ira and I.
Before you make a motion, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Beer. Mayor, I wanted to just offer one observation about the ad hoc. Part of the reason the council ended up on thinking about that, I think it was stated at the last meeting and it got agendized now, is that this is a real working ad hoc to actually do the work and the research as opposed to staff doing it. And so I wanted to make sure that that's clear, that all of the research and the different policies and stuff, it would be, we're here to help however we can, but it's really a ad hoc committee-led work task.
Got it.
I agree. I mean, that's my understanding as well. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Is that your understanding? Mm-hmm. Thank you for clarifying that.
All right, so then I move that myself and Councilmember Espinoza be appointed in the ad hoc committee.
I second that with gratitude. With you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
We have research.
And with the motion made by Councilmember Beer to appoint herself and Councilmember Espinosa to the ad hoc subcommittee, seconded by Councilmember Bowles, vote passes unanimously.
All right, so per Councilmember Wright's question, let's discuss the process by which we will select the mayor pro tem at the next meeting.
A process that I would like to see would be a process that allows people that are interested in the position to either express that or be nominated, then have a discussion prior to calling for seconds, then call for seconds, and then we could figure out a process on who gets the first vote and who doesn't, but it needs to be something that's fair.
So, people who are interested express interest, number one. Correct?
Correct.
All the people interested express interest. Number two, all of those people discuss why, or presumably something, prior to there being a second or a nomination. Or are those the nominations?
Well, it can be a nomination.
Those are kind of like self-nominations, right?
Sort of.
Okay. So then someone makes a motion. If there's more than one person on the table, it has to be a motion, right?
Exactly.
And then there's a second to that motion?
Right, I just want to make sure there's time for a discussion.
So the question is,
then
do you want the discussion before the motion?
Before asking for
After.
seconds,
Okay.
so that we're not locked into a vote before there's a second. But we got to figure out when public comment comes in too.
Well, how about we take a look at what is usually done. And maybe the city attorney can help us with that. And then maybe we just need to super clarify things, right? So everyone understands so once you let us know how things are usually done, and then we can go from there.
With the type of protocols that we have, which really do not follow a formal nomination process, what our protocols allow currently is that if there is a motion on the floor, that motion, must be seconded in order to move forward on, a vote. Prior to that motion being made, that is up to the council to determine how you want to conduct that discussion. So I would say for the purpose of when this item is on the agenda, the process would be essentially what we normally do when a motion is made, and that is the motion and the second will be made, and then there could be deliberation, but there doesn't need to be. What I'm hearing from the council is that you want more deliberation even before a second is made. So what you would do is in the very beginning, before there's even a motion made, that is when, the presiding chair would ask for, is there any interest in anybody being mayor pro tem? And then if there are any people who are interested, then there would be that discussion. And the discussion and the deliberations would go wherever the council wants it to go. And then following that, you could get a motion.
Wait. Public comment.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
So public comment generally on these items is before council deliberation.
Right.
So before there's ever any even discussion on who's interested or who, you would have public comment as soon as you have the staff report on the item, and the staff report could obviously talk about the process. But my recommendation would be the first point after the staff report and before even questions of council, or perhaps it could be questions, but certainly no deliberations, you'd want to have public comment. So that before the discussion on who's interested even in being mayor, you would have the public comment. That is how, and I think that if that had been done on December 9th, we probably, this discussion probably, well, who knows? But I think that was not followed on December 9th.
Couldn't have gone much worse.
Because of the way, it worked out. But that would be my recommendation. And unfortunately, if you want to create a more detailed process, well, our protocols don't necessarily call for that. Doesn't mean you couldn't, but then it makes it more complicated. What I just suggested is a way to do and provide, a more robust opportunity for public comment on the item of selection of Mayor Pro Tem than was allowed at the December 9th meeting.
It's like going back to basics.
But I think this is going to be this. It's going to, I don't know. It's going to cost the same. So even Greg and I, if we want to be appointed, we can. So the rules are.
Well, no, you can. There are no rules.
There's no rules.
There's no rules.
Just for the record, I'm not interested.
It is a problem, no matter how you put it. I think my anyway, I don't have any comments. This is gonna.
I mean, we're going to have to nominate and vote again. So we're not going to have a process where magically someone just
Either we have an ad hoc committee and make a process and follow the process and do it, or we got to go through the nomination process. Are the two choices that we're facing.
Right.
That's why I was in favor of the ad hoc committee and coming to a process first.
If like, are they gonna?
Yeah, but how long is that going to take?
Oh my God.
I think we've all learned to do this better and to listen to each other and to understand who's interested and to be able to talk about it respectfully. And we can do this at the next meeting without, I mean, it's going to take too long to have it all worked out. And, I mean, if Mary's resigning, like you're saying, I mean, you could change your mind. Obviously, you haven't written that letter yet. So, I mean, and that's okay if you change your mind. And maybe we can consider Myra's idea too. So
I think
not
my
opposed to
idea
that.
works because that way both of you guys could be a mayor. And she's leaving, so she won't be able to be a mayor anymore. So I think that idea will reunite us instead of dividing us.
I would just add that idea can be discussed at the time when the mayor pro tem selection will be on the agenda. That whether or not the council chooses to discuss that option tonight, that option will also be available at the point where the council chooses a mayor pro tem.
The only thing I don't like about that suggestion is that District 4 has been represented when Tiger was mayor, District 1 when Sue was mayor, District 5 is now represented. That leaves you and you, and then you're going to share one term. So the whole idea is to have it be fair and equal, and it's not fair and equal. It may solve our immediate problem, but it doesn't address the equity issue. And then we would still have to figure out for the next rotation who comes first, 2 or 3.
You know what? I'm getting tired of this mayor pro tem thing. So the only district that has not had a mayor is District 2. All of us,
And
all of the
3.
districts
And
had a mayor
That's
before.
not true. That's just not true.
If you're just looking at
Oh,
during
you
district
didn't?
elections, it's only been 3 years. Mary was mayor before, but when it
It
was
wasn't a
at-large
district. Okay.
election. Yeah.
Okay, guys, well, let's figure it out because tomorrow is a long day.
Yeah.
And
It'll be on the agenda. We can talk about it at the next meeting. We don't need to decide this now. So,
Okay, so what I'm hearing is staff report, public comment. Is there any interest in anyone being mayor pro tem, or words to that effect? Discuss, and then motion in a second. When the discussion has happened and it appears very,
All nominations, basically
all the
first.
nomination, yeah,
And then a
all
call
the
for
people
second.
who are interested.
So it could be that we only have one person that's interested. and then
I'm
it's
not
a-
sure that we should call them nominations, right? Because there's not going to be a nomination. That's a different process. If you're, usually
Interest.
with nominations, somebody is nominating somebody else
Okay.
to be. So the process that we're talking about is simply staff report, public comment, and then deliberations by the council where the presiding officer is going to ask, is there any interest by anybody who wants to be the mayor pro tem? And then, if multiple people respond, then there will be discussion on, who should be selected. But if only one person raises their hand, then, there isn't much of a discussion because you only have one person who's interested.
And then how do we, in that process, address Myra's idea of a split thing? I may be the only one that feels.
It would be brought up during deliberations, because if in fact the majority of the council decided that they wanted to split the term, that would be the motion. I nominate, or I move to appoint Councilmember A as mayor pro tem for a term of 6 months. And I would like to move that Councilmember B be the mayor pro tem the following 6 months.
So they couldn't be concurrent.
Well, I've never seen
why don't we
concurrent.
have them to perform at the same time, the two?
Well, that would require changing our protocols entirely, because the protocols anticipate the mayor as being the presiding chair and to run the meetings. and then the mayor pro tem would be the presiding chair in the absence of the mayor. So if we are changing to have 2 mayors, that would be a totally different approach, and we would have to, that is something for the ad hoc to consider.
But it's an exception for 1 year. It's not the whole,
And that's something that, if you're, I still think there's an issue with having 2 mayors.
Okay.
I mean, I think the way to make that happen, and the only way I've seen that occur, when a similar discussion, when you have 2 people who are both interested and the council can't pick, they usually split the terms. They will have half a term for one and half a term for another.
Because what happened if Greg want to be appointed,
No.
And he just,
I don't.
I don't want to be appointed. So there's just two of them who wanted to be appointed. It's clear. So, I don't want to say it anyway. So.
Well, we can't decide that today.
Okay. So let's move on.
Okay. So we know what our process is going to be next council meeting, which will be the 10th of February.
And also, I think we should just add to it that the city clerk will explain the process beforehand.
Cool. And then I think the point Greg raised is, if there's 2 people, are there 2 motions, and which motion gets voted on first? I know with Rosenberg's rules, the last motion gets voted on first.
Well, actually, because of our protocols, there can only be 1 motion on the floor. So we don't have that ability. You can
That could be
amend
written
the
into
motion
ad hoc.
if it's on the same subject, or you can substitute a motion, but we cannot have multiple motions on the floor at the
But
same time.
can you substitute? You can't really, it'd be a completely new motion, so I don't think substitute is appropriate in this.
That is a new motion.
No, substitute
Substitute is a new motion.
is a new motion. Amend is not a new motion.
Okay.
Amend is to amend the current motion on the table. A substitute would be, I don't want Councilmember A, I would like to have Councilmember B be the mayor, and I make a substitute motion. That's how that would play out.
Just to be clear, I'm still on the camp that I'd like to get the process clear first and then do the vote. But I yield to the will of the majority.
Oh, yep, it's 10 minutes to 11, so we're going to have to make a motion to extend the meeting.
Yes.
So,
I move that we extend the meeting to 11:30.
I'll second.
Oh, my goodness.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Waiting for one more vote.
Did you vote, Myra?
No.
Oh, we have a motion, it's either yes or no as to whether we extend the meeting till 11:30.
With the motion made by Councilmember Bowles and seconded by Mayor Beckmeyer, the motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 passes unanimously.
Okay.
So I'm not quite done with, sorry. We're not discussing this anymore, so if we wanted to give more direction to or raise some questions for the ad hoc committee, I thought we were going to do that a little bit too.
Okay.
That was my understanding of the whole reason for selecting the ad hoc committee
Yeah.
too.
Um,
So the thing that I think it was Peter that brought up, the thing about the emergency brake thing, in case there was somebody that it would take perhaps 4 council members to vote against, if there was somebody that was really inappropriate.
Oh, if we had a set rotation and we were wanting to break the rotation, then it would take 4.
Right.
So that it couldn't be up.
It would be something I would appreciate it if the ad hoc committee would consider.
Consider that,
Could you repeat that?
Something more than a simple majority, if there was somebody that we thought was truly
There was a
inappropriate.
public comment that suggested if we're going to break once the rotation is determined and set, if the council wishes to break that rotation for whatever reasons, it needs to be a supermajority of the council that votes to do so, which would be 4. So it's not a majority rule decision, it's 4 out of 5 vote yes to break the rotation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Couple of other things I saw in other cities. So when you're, well, if we're just doing a set rotation by district, maybe this doesn't apply, but if you're somehow deciding who has priority, so there's, I mean, that's another way to do it, right? Is the way Burlingame, so if there's 2 new council members that are equal, right, we're not looking at the votes, the way those are prioritized is by drawing straws. So it's completely equal and, not controversial. I did want to say, I mean, what I talked to James Coleman in terms of their strict rotation policies. So I said this the last time. I asked him the question, if there is someone who's not appropriate, if they're, really not following the council rules and being just, disruptive or whatever, what he said was that it still takes 3 council members to vote for that person, right? So even though they have the strict rotation policy, there is a way out. But I like what you're saying too. So it's
I like that idea too, as long as there's an out clause.
yeah. So either of those could work. I included the agenda for, sorry, my brain's going now, Palo Alto in here. And this ties into something Myra was suggesting the last time about how the timing of how we do this in meetings, right, where we always have a lot to say, right, for our outgoing council members. So the way Palo Alto does it is the outgoing council members step off the dais. We seat the new council members. We decide on the rotation, right? And then you bring the old council members back and do that at the end. And then it goes to the party. So,
But it's the same thing. The whole, it's very stressful to vote for city council members.
oh, I mean, yes, we're going to change the policy, and that might be different. I'm just saying, whatever policy it is, we go through that, and then we bring the old council members back to say their thank yous.
Okay.
It's just a suggestion. That was something that you had brought up, that people had left, right, because they were waiting for you, and we took so much time. So,
I would concur with that.
I think that's great. That seems fine to me.
okay. And I do like the idea of
Did you get that, Mayor?
requiring 1 year for Mayor Pro Tem and 2 years for Mayor.
11 months and 23
11
months,
months and
just for
23, yes.
point of clarification.
Yes, point of clarification. Yeah, so different cities had slightly different ways that they did the rotation, but anyway, nothing else that I need to say right now. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'll watch the recording, but
It
I
seems
want to
like you
make
had
sure.
a lot of notes. Are you sure?
I just wrote down the differences between Burlingame, Los Altos, South San Francisco, Redwood City.
Would you mind forwarding your notes? Is that
Oh.
possible?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Forward your
Or-
notes to the city manager.
Can you forward your notes to the city manager if you?
Sure.
Oh,
I don't write very well.
Well,
But I'm
I mean,
happy.
anything that
The
will
city
help
manager,
us.
I'm sure, will ask if he can't read your writing.
Okay.
Just to be clear, I have full faith and confidence in you two.
We'll see how we're gonna make this process easy.
It's an opportunity.
So I mean, I think one of the main differences is some cities weigh experience and other cities really try to make sure that new council members have an opportunity to serve during their term. So I think that's the real difference.
The district's elections thing is new to everybody, so everybody is struggling with this transition too. So This isn't a set in stone policy. If it doesn't work in a year or two, some future council may decide to change it. So keep that in mind.
Sue, do you have some suggestions for direction? No?
No, I said what I thought was the will of the community, the things that they were most concerned about.
Okay.
About rotation and making sure all districts are represented fairly and equitably. And
Well,
that-
actually, I would go a little bit further too, to say that it seems like we have a set pattern pretty much established. I would consider continuing that set pattern.
but there's features like if you've served before, then you go to the back of the line, those kind of features that won't, so the set pattern, I don't know what you're saying exactly about set
I'm saying that
pattern.
we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 order, whatever that order is, or 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And I believe the suggestion was that the first, whatever district it is that's in that first position is based on how long ago it was or has that district ever even had mayoral representation. So starting with districts, perhaps, the ad hoc can think it through, that have not had mayoral representation. And then they'll determine the rotation. It's kind of like the way district elections were done in the first place.
Right.
Because there were seated council members at the time that that council adopted district elections. That was a very cute challenge for the demographer and whoever mapped people to draw the lines and figure it out. And when there were more than one council member it had to sort of just make for this one time until that council member either terms out or steps off, we got to do it this way. So I think the first time out may not be as perfect in rotation as we would like it to be, but with those principles of districts that haven't had mayoral representation get to go first. Council members that haven't had an opportunity get to go last. Those kinds of basics is what I was saying, that I heard from the community. And I think, Mary, you got those right?
I did.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And thank you both for being willing to continue that work. I really appreciate it.
We got to schedule some meetings, okay?
Okay, shall we move on? Let's move on to item 6. If I could find an agenda that has, the work plan item for review of city committee and commission charters. Provide direction to staff to confirm this work plan item and provide updated timelines. Establish an ad hoc city council subcommittee to provide input for charter reviews.
Could I ask for one point of clarification? Does staff have enough information to understand what to agendize for the next meeting?
Oh, before we get on to this item?
Yes.
Okay.
So do we have a staff report for this item, item 6?
Council members have a presentation I'll go through fairly quickly.
Thank you.
The council determined that they wish to look at review the city committee and commission charters for all city committees and commissions as a goal and strategy of the 2022-23 goals and work plan. And so we started with a process to determine how to go about that review. Charter updates have been completed based on the discussions at of the process that was discussed at the March 27th, 2023 and April 10th, 2023 meetings, during which the council appointed an ad hoc subcommittee of 2 council members to come up with questions to pose to each of the city committee commissions and a timeline for that review of the city committee commission charters. We started with charter updates for the Library Advisory Committee, which had been on hiatus since the COVID pandemic and had not been meeting. The charter updates have been completed for the Library Advisory Committee on June 26, 2023, and that was based on just staff input on that committee since it was not actively meeting. Charter updates were completed for the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee on March 25th, 2024, and the Economic Development Committee on April 22nd, 2024. And I'll discuss the process briefly on those 2 that we went through. The charter updates remaining that have not been initiated or completed to date are for the Beautification Advisory Committee, Emergency Preparedness and Safety Commission, Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission, and the Planning Commission. We're seeking council direction tonight on when and how to go about the remaining city committee commission charter reviews. This is questions that were posed similar to what we did on the outset of the committee commission reviews. We're looking at the charters to see how the committee or commission can better fulfill its advisory role to council. There were input and feedback loops that were considered. One was for the committee and commission to initiate discussion of what aspects of the charter should be updated, followed by staff analysis, and then staff would prepare a recommendation to council and with the council's direction, and then bring that item back to council for approval. That was not the option that was followed for OSPAC and EDC. For OSPAC and EDC, we followed option C that's outlined on this slide. We had a council and committee commission joint study session discussion that was brought back to council following the questions that were posed from the ad hoc subcommittee. There was staff analysis, and then it was brought back following the joint study session and staff analysis for a final charter amendment that was proposed to council for council's approval. And then loop B is just a different permutation of those actions, beginning with staff analysis and then council discussion, and then just the committee commission discussion that would bring a recommendation to council without having a joint study session of the council and that city committee or commission. We're looking for direction from council on whether, like the previous process, the council would like to form an ad hoc subcommittee of 2 council members to develop survey questions to pose to the remaining committees and commissions for review to assist with recommendations for the charter updates. Or if council would like to identify a uniform list of charter-related questions to pose to staff and or the city committee or commission. The other question that we're seeking tonight is whether, following the review of the individual city committees and commissions, if the council would like staff to undertake reviewing administrative aspects of the committee and commission advisory system, including an potential update to the committee commission handbook, revisiting recruitment timelines and term expirations for efficiency. For instance, choosing one time of the year to have expirations of terms so that we would onboard new committee commission members at the same time each year rather than having a 3 times a year that we do this recruitment and onboarding. Looking at the purpose and structure of having council liaisons to the city committees and commissions, and then also looking at the timeline and process for annual reports of the city committee and commissions to council. Currently, we agendize annual reports of the individual city committees and commissions at a study session. Typically, that happens in May of each year to council. Also looking at the potential for virtual meetings of city committees and commissions, hybrid virtual meetings, and looking at training and budget for committees and commissions. And these are questions that aren't looking to get answers to tonight, but just these are examples of the types of administrative aspects that could be reviewed as we review the committee commission charters and follow up with that work. So we're looking at whether council would like to continue a phased review process similar to what we've done to this point, doing 1 or 2 city committee commissions at a time, and in what order. If we look at a phased review, we would propose to look at aspirationally completing the charter reviews and amendments for the Beautification Advisory Committee and the Emergency Preparedness and Safety Commission by June of 2025, and then completing the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation and Planning Commission reviews by December 2025. And whether we'd like to go through the similar process that we did for EDC and OSPAC, or if council would like a limited or quicker review of any of the remaining committees and commissions. And then the second part of this proposal is from council's prior direction, bringing back, we had brought back a proposed charter amendment for the Library Advisory Committee, not amending any duties or objectives of the committee. This was mostly from council's direction to designate 2 of the current committee members as positions as youth members under the age of 18. So currently we do have 2 youth members that were appointed at large, but from a pool of the at-large members, which council found a bit confusing because we had youth as well as adult candidates for those committees. So we're looking at designating 2 positions specifically for youth on the Library Advisory Committee, each for a 1-year term with October expirations, and adjusting the membership accordingly. We're also looking at putting in the charter amendment the council's designated stakeholder groups for the ex officio non-voting members, specifying that the ex officio non-voting members would come from the following 5 stakeholder groups: the Pacifica Friends of the Library, Pacifica School District, Jefferson Union High School District, Pacifica Families Club, formerly known as Pacifica Mothers Club, and the Seniors in Action. Of those currently, the Pacifica School District and the Pacifica Families Club have appointed ex officio members, but we have not had a designation from the Pacifica Friends of the Library, Jefferson Union High School District, or Seniors in Action. And the recommended resolution for the Library Advisory Committee charter amendment was attached in the packet. That concludes my staff report. I'm available for any questions.
Questions from council?
Just a quick question. Is there, in terms of the timing on that, is spreading out that decision process on the committees and commissions better for staff, for the workflow? Or is there a particular time of year that it would be better for staff to address that issue?
The timeline for achieving by June of 2025 for Beautification Advisory Committee and Emergency Preparedness and Safety Commission falls within contemplating staff availability. But it's an aspirational goal, so it may take longer depending on, scheduling for bringing to council, if we choose to if council chooses to have a joint study session, for instance, and also if the council chooses to do an ad hoc subcommittee to pose questions, there would need to be some work to meet with that ad hoc subcommittee, develop the questions, pose the questions either in survey format to the committee members, or to bring those questions to the committee for discussion, which may take, 1 or 2 committee meetings to do that before developing recommendations.
And Sarah, do you still have city clerk coffee? Do you still have the questions that we created for the other ad hoc committees?
The questions that were created.
I mean, for the other.
The questions that were posed for there were no questions developed for Library Advisory Committee.
Okay.
There were questions that were developed both in survey format and to pose to the body for discussion for both for the Economic Development Committee and for the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. Those are summarized in the staff reports for which links were provided to those staff reports in the questions and answers to council.
Great. Thank you.
One more quick question. Is there anybody that graduates from high school at 19? Why did you decide on 18?
18 under 18 for youth members. Otherwise, at-large members would be 18 and older.
I'm just trying to make sure that we're being inclusive of all the students in Jefferson.
So for the at-large members, there is, in the Pacifica Municipal Code, there is a caveat that for people who are not residents of the city or people who are not 18 or over. So we're using that. We're using that currently in order to designate the youth members. For Library Advisory Committee, we recruited specifically for youth members in our at-large recruitments.
Thank you.
I just had one quick question too. Every time we interview for committees, we all say how much we want to revisit those 10 questions. And I know that's not on the agenda, but is that something we could consider adding to this ad hoc committee?
That would be a different purpose than what is kind of designed for this ad hoc committee. I would not recommend conflating the two. But I've heard from council during the commission interview dates at some points that there may be interest in revisiting those questions, the interview questions. But my understanding from council feedback from the most recent interview dates was that council seemed to be satisfied with the questions that were posed during the interviews. If council feels differently, then you can direct that, as a separate process, but that's not what's contemplated in this agenda item.
So we would bring that as a wholly separate agenda item on a future council agenda.
Correct. That would be for the purpose of, the regular commission recruitment.
If we were to do that, how much staff time do you think would be involved in that, or could it be just something completely handled by us as an ad hoc that would minimize staff input to that and allow us the discretion to develop what we think are better questions?
It depends on what the council's ask is, but I don't foresee that would be, a significant impact to staff time.
They'd probably have to be reviewed by legal, though, because it's almost like HR questions. You have to make sure someone's looking over and you're not asking
something
rando stuff. Yeah.
Well, I would support
that we
you
would.
in revisiting those questions.
I agree. Do you agree?
I agree. All right.
So that'll be a
comment?
future agenda item. Shall we have public comment on this item? the review of the city committee and commission charters. Would anyone in the public like to speak on this item? Seeing none.
Hardcore Pacificans.
Emily, Assistant City Clerk.
There are no raised hands.
Then I will close public comment, bring it back to the council. And I have a few questions, but I'm sure, or comments, I'm sure others do as well. So I see Councilmember Bowles has her light on.
Sorry, that was left over
Oh,
from
never
before. I
mind.
don't know how to undo that.
That's from a long time ago. All right. Anyone have comments or questions about this?
I mean, I do.
I do too. You go first.
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay.
So I really like the process that we did last time with the other two committee and commission, so I'm kind of curious of why we're thinking about changing that in the first place.
Who was the ad hoc last time? You and Tiger?
And Tiger, yeah.
Yeah.
You mean in terms of having the study session and?
Well, like creating the survey questions, getting them out, bringing the answers back, talking about all of it at a study session, and then making the changes. And I think it worked really well. I mean, I think when we're talking about planning commission, that's a whole nother beast, and I don't know about that. That's like a whole nother topic, I think. But I think the other three we can take a look at. And I really liked the process that we did last time. I thought it was equitable, and it was really interesting to hear back from all the commissioners, and just to hear, about their experience, and if they, felt like their voices were being heard, and if they wanted, all the questions that we asked. So that's why I asked about the questions. We can take a look at those. I think if we were going to have an ad hoc committee to look at the committee and commissions that are listed here, it should only be like one meeting for that ad hoc committee to review the questions from last year, and then see what needs to be changed according to the commissions. That was a lot of information.
So I haven't looked at the questions because they were just sent to us and we didn't have time, but so were some of the questions that you came up with like general, and then others were more specific to the committee? Okay,
Correct,
so,
yeah.
So there's probably stuff that we can take from that, but then, right.
But then I think there should be a conversation about
Yeah.
the specifics of the committee itself.
Yeah, and I have to agree, I really love the study sessions and, being able to meet the other people and the freedom for everybody to ask questions, because sometimes you ask a question and it prompts another idea, and I really like that process.
If I remember, we did those study sessions like the hour before the regular council meeting. I'm concerned about workload and time. There are 4 committees on this list, and 2 of them are Mondo.
Yeah.
I wonder, is it realistic for us to do 2 before June and 2 more before December? Can't remember how many we did in a year before. It seemed like 2, period.
2.
Not
period.
4.
Right. I agree. I think yes, I agree with that. And that's why I was wondering about the planning and the park and rec. I mean, I think if we do the other 2 in the next year, and then maybe park and rec the next year, and maybe planning, those are big ones. So
Seems big to me.
I think 2 in a year.
I don't know how long ago they were reviewed either.
So it's the beautification advisory and the emergency preparedness, right?
That's what I think is reasonable.
In 12 months time.
I would defer to your experience, to be quite frank with you.
I think it's fair.
So those would be our priorities for 2025, correct? Or proposing.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm proposing.
Okay.
Yes.
Have we?
Or you proposed to.
Have we heard anything from Planning Commission or PB&R that they're really chomping at the bit to review their charters? City manager? No.
I think as far as park and rec, I think there's a few things we could talk about, but.
But it's big. I mean,
It's
they cover
huge.
so much stuff.
Yeah, it's huge.
I really do feel that needs its own time.
It needs its own year.
I do. And in light of forthcoming housing element someday,
Yeah.
I think planning is also huge,
Oh, yeah.
Ginormous.
If at all.
right? And
If
we
at
have
all.
some expertise on the council that could certainly lend their self to, giving you direct input
Happy to serve.
at whatever time is right. So I did want to bring up a couple of other ideas for council discussion. It seems appropriate under this item, but I'm sure the city manager, city clerk, and city attorney will tell me if it's not. I would like to discuss making an amendment to either our council rules or to the committee commission handbook, wherever it needs to be, to allow for council members to make appointments from the pool of previous applicants, should there become a vacancy on an interim basis. We've frequently had very qualified pools. We've had not enough seats for people. And we always say, please come back and apply again. And if we have applicants that within the last, 6 months or some, year, applied and we, wish we would have had enough seats, I don't understand the benefit and from a staff and council time and public time perspective of bringing them back to interview again and all of that.
You mean like for a partial term? Is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
like if someone needs to resign and now we have a vacancy, waiting all the way until the next time we're doing appointments, and if we had our pool of applicants from before, that we could make an appointment from that. So that was one idea.
Could you explain to me how that would work in this case now, with me having left Planning Commission?
I have no idea.
Because neither Myra or I had the benefit of
Oh, yeah,
interviewing those people.
that's a good point.
Mayor Beckmeyer, may I provide some feedback on that
Yeah,
idea?
please.
So from recruitment to recruitment, we have varying levels of interest. At some times, we need to extend the application deadline in order to get more applicants in the pool to consider. And when we have limited number of applicants, we make it a practice at times to reach out to the pool of previous applicants to, see if they are interested in, renewing their interest. And, we have mixed responses on that. Some continue to be interested. Others, circumstances may change from, over a few months or, a period of time. And some are not interested, or there's just some that, don't respond back. And providing the opportunity for the interview, I think just making it equitable for all, so that we're not precluding somebody from not having that face-to-face in the interview process, just because they applied in a previous round. The interview, as you know, is not required because it's a special council meeting. We can't really make flexible adjustments based on applicant schedules. It's either, this is the date and the time, and you can, make it or you can't. And it doesn't, there are some scheduling conflicts that invariably come up with that. So we don't make the interview a requirement, but it is an opportunity.
Can I make a motion, we extend to midnight?
Second.
That was a weak second, but I'll take it. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion to extend by midnight made by Councilmember Wright and seconded by Councilmember Beer passes unanimously.
So that was one of the things. So it sounds like, not really. is the answer. It probably won't work. Defining procedures for selecting the chair and vice chair. Like, pretty clear cut. Like, when it's done, in the month of January, the committee shall choose.
Anew.
And the same individual may serve no more than, 2 periods in a row, or something like that. Like, I'm not saying the exact rules, but I think we need rules that are clear. We've had experiences of chairs staying on, and there's not really a process, and some people are uncomfortable, they bring it up, like, so when do we choose a new chair? And it just should not be vague. It should be very clear.
Is that something that's in each committee's charter, or is that something that's in the handbook?
It should be in the handbook.
Yeah.
So I don't know where that fits. Is that part of this?
For some of those, I would agree with you. Just in thinking about planning commission.
Yeah.
I'm not quite so in favor of such a short number of terms.
Yeah.
But in terms of process, I could see making them follow whatever process our ad hoc committee comes up with.
I'll put it out there as a suggestion for the ad hoc to think about. And
also,
go ahead.
The Robert's Rules of Order, like, we have to talk about that with our committees and commissions, because it's super clear to the ones that I've experienced lately that they don't follow Robert's Rules of Order like, they're not asking for feedback from every, commissioner, things like that. So
Yes.
maybe that goes into the training
I think
money.
it does.
There's money for training.
So that there's inclusive,
Yeah.
intentional inviting comments from all of the committee and commission members, even if they're not the first one to jump in.
No, totally, right. So everybody has an opportunity, whether they share where they want, they choose to share or not. And also, I think if we get the schedule so that's once a year, right, like Sarah was talking about, then you could train them all. So just to make sure everyone is getting trained before they start serving. I don't know where that falls in any of this, but.
Me either. But this is why I just jotted these things in the margin,
Yeah, that's
because
really
it
good.
seemed related, And then my last one was,
Well, before we move on from that one, I've had the opportunity to attend a few different meetings, and I know on planning commission, it seems to me that everybody has had opportunity to be heard. I would say it's not that others haven't had the opportunity, but they haven't participated in the same way that people seem to feel free on planning commission, and whatever we could do to facilitate additional input would actually be a plus.
and I think that's what Mary's saying about
Yeah.
training and some guidelines or
Yeah,
suggestions.
especially for the chair, because that's where that really comes in, is how inclusive that.
And I also think in my mind, planning's over here. I don't think
Okay.
I'm talking, I think planning is it's just different. It's a different.
Well, we're weird. What can we?
Well, what about PB&R, though?
There is definite Robert's Rules of Orders followed by planning. It's just,
What about PB&R? You served on it for a while.
I think they did a really good job with PB&R as well. That's been my experience.
Okay.
Where they follow, they have, you go down the line, everybody knows it starts here and it goes down.
It goes down.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm
And then the person
experiencing.
has the chance to say, no, I have nothing to add. or
Correct.
da-da-da.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not experiencing that on the other ones.
Okay, I hear you. I'm not either.
Okay.
So
Well,
we
how
done
much
with that
staff
one?
time is going to be involved in the training?
I don't
I
think
mean,
staff's
I think it's a big plus for the city, just to be clear, but I want to understand what,
Well, we haven't talked
We don't
about what
know.
training exactly.
yeah.
So-
It's in here, but yeah, that's a good question to bring back, that information. Plus, there's county trainings.
And then, one last thing I had as a consideration, we have youth seats on LAC. And I wanted to throw out the idea of creating an opportunity for youth seats on other committees and commissions. I don't know it, I mean, I can't really see it on planning. I can't really see it even, well, maybe PB&R. We have the, what is it, YAB? So I don't know how to suggest it, if it's a seat or if it's an advisory opportunity, and what do you call it, ex officio, something. I just think this could be a very good opportunity for youth to get an experience of what is a board, how does it work, and
So-
not every school has even that many student council opportunities or things like that.
Yeah, that may be an opportunity for the ad hoc subcommittee, if formed by council, to pose a question to the individual committee commission. There may be some where it makes more sense than others, or, that where that may or may not naturally lead to youth interest as well. For instance, the council did appoint youth to an at-large position to, I believe it was the Economic Development Committee recently.
I think it was, yeah.
And they declined the.
You want to do it. You're right.
Can I speak to an observation I made on the committee, not naming any names or anything, but I did notice a committee member intentionally trying to draw out comment from the youth person, and that really made me feel good, and the input was very valuable, and I think there's a lot of insight to be gained from
I agree, 100%.
from those youth people, and I would like to encourage that and do whatever we can in our process to encourage them to have input, even though that may not be their first inclination.
So we put that on the ad hoc work list, what am I
Yeah.
calling, task list.
Yeah, because there's youth development strategies as well that you want to make sure to follow so that you're not calling out all the time. Yeah, there's youth development strategies that we could follow. I would love to be part of those conversations.
I'd like to add also that, currently, the way the municipal code is posed, there is the opportunity for youth to serve on an at-large seat on any of the committee commissions, so we're not locked into necessarily having 18 or over. And there's, there may be something to be said to allowing the flexibility, but not necessarily designating a youth seat.
Right.
That may be vacant if there's lack of interest.
The thing that, the terms of the seats are like 4 years, though. Isn't that what we confronted with LAC?
Right.
So the Muni Code probably doesn't speak to that, right? Would that be in the charter? Could that be in the charter?
In the amendment for the Library Advisory Committee, for example, that's
Yeah, we
considered
had to put
tonight,
it
it's, the youth positions are designated as one-year terms.
Right, so in other words, if we wanted to say add a youth position for BAC, that would come at the time that the charter is amended, and the council votes on that charter amendment, is that correct? Okay,
So we would have the option to make it a one-year seat to make more
what I-
opportunity for more youth, so they could have more things to write on their college applications, for example.
Because it's hard for them to commit to more.
it's hard to
Yeah,
plan.
it is.
That's like your whole high school.
Yeah.
Okay, those are all my points, and I think, folks, we need to select an ad hoc. Did you have something, Christine?
Just one other, just the one Economic Development Committee meeting I went to, there was discussion about who's supposed to take the minutes. And.
Oh, that should be clarified,
And that
too.
should be clarified in here too, right. And I think in all the other committees, it's staff, and I don't know why it wasn't in that one.
I don't
Especially
either.
since there's 2 staff members.
It was, and I'm going back as far as I can think, like when Thomas Myers was here, it was a committee member taking the minutes.
In ABC.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, all these things need to be spelled out.
Yep. Okay, folks, who wants to be on the ad hoc?
Hi, Mary. How you doing?
You want to?
Yeah, please.
Do you want to do it again, or is it okay?
I mean, I would love to, but I don't want to you step up and step back. So if someone else would like to do it.
I can also defer to experience, because I think this is important.
I do too.
And I am new, so
Go for it if you two want to do it. Yeah,
good?
thank you.
I'm good.
You good? Me and Greg?
I move Greg and Mary be the ad hoc subcommittee for the committee and commission charters. Do we have to vote?
I'll second.
Second. Is there a second?
We have Mary
Second.
seconded. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Didn't hear the second.
Okay.
And with the motion by Mayor Beckmeyer to appoint Councilmember Wright and Councilmember Beer to the ad hoc subcommittee, seconded by Councilmember Beer, the vote passes unanimously.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Does Sarah need, do we need answers to any of the other questions, or?
Yes, so we also need the council direction on the process. I think I was hearing
Keep it the same.
See, yeah.
to keep
same.
it the same as before.
I agree with that.
Yes,
What else do we need direction on?
And just to clarify, I heard earlier the thought of 2025 would be emergency preparedness and BAC, 2026 would be PB&R and Planning Commission.
Possibly.
Well,
Maybe.
we think that PB&R and planning are bigger, so I think that they should just do one a year.
So we're just, right now, we're just designating EPSC and BAC for 2025.
Correct.
Unless you have a reason why you have more urgency over one or another. Okay, yes, correct. Anything else that we need direction, to provide direction?
And then you just need to move on the
For-
LAC item.
Right, the LAC item. So Sarah, tell us what we're voting on?
The resolution.
The resolution to change the charter of LAC because we're adding the youth positions, but we're making them 1 year.
So this is keeping, we're going from a 7 to 9 member at-large voting positions to 9 member voting positions, 2 of which would be designated as youth under the age of 18 positions, each for a 1-year term that would expire in October of each year. 7 of the 9 would be voting member positions at large for 4-year terms expiring in October, and then designating the 5 council specified stakeholder groups for the ex officio non-voting members.
So my only question about that is the October, because, students, like if you're a senior, whatever, like you'd be starting college, right, in August, September. So, I mean.
October's late.
Yeah.
And so the October expiring term aligns with the general expiring term of October for the Library Advisory Committee. For committee commissions in general, we have committees where terms expire in either March, May, or October. I think if we mix expiration dates on a single committee, it may be confusing. It may be something to look at when we're looking at the administrative efficiencies and whether to choose a single time of the year to do term expirations, to consolidate those to a single time for recruitment and term expirations for consistent onboarding.
So I'm hearing we need to, it's probably advisable to leave it alone even though it's awkward. And perhaps
For now.
we'll pick it up if we look at that consolidating later, right?
That would be my recommendation, but I'm open to council's direction otherwise.
Sarah, we like your recommendations. We want to make this work for you.
I'll make a motion and move to adopt the attached resolution titled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica rescinding Resolution 67.2023 and amending the charter of the Library Advisory Committee."
I'll second. Motion and second, please vote.
And with the motion to adopt the resolution pertaining to the Library Advisory Committee amendment made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Mayor Beckmeyer, the vote passes unanimously.
Next item, and that is to fill in a few little blanks that, if we can, that occurred with our committee, our council liaisons. I'm looking for my agenda. Additional 2025 city council liaison and committee assignments, to review the updated list of city council liaison and committee assignments, make additional appointments as needed for the calendar year 2025, and approve the final list. So,
Can I just understand how many it is that everybody has?
I have 9.
Even know.
The list is in front of you.
I have 9. You have 9, Greg.
I never even
I have
looked.
the least amount because my schedule.
So can somebody tell us what the Colma Creek Flood Advisory Committee is for? And do we actually, I think Sue said there's a tiny bit of the creek in Pacifica.
Should we take public comment first
Oh, yeah,
before we
sorry.
deliberate? So that,
Well, I was just asking what it was.
oh, yeah, good question. Sorry. Sorry. It's getting late. I just remember Sue saying that with there only this much of Colma Creek is in Pacifica, and she would hold up her fingers.
Mary, is there public comment on the council liaison and committee assignments? Seeing none, is there closing public comment, bring it back to council?
Thank you.
So the question was, how many does everyone have? And I don't even know. I didn't even look. Are we talking
3,
including
4.
the alternates or not, Greg?
Yes, including the alternative.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I have 9.
I have 9 as well.
Oh, I have 10. 1, 2, 3.
I think we ought to count being mayor as one, too.
10 is
9, 10. And Greg has 9.
5, 6,
I have
7,
10.
8, 9. I have 9.
1, 2,
So it seems like 10 is the consensus, so.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mayor, how many do you have?
I have 9.
Whoa. Myra, how many do you have?
I think I have the least amount of everybody. Because most of those committee are on Wednesday, Thursday, and Tuesday, and I work on those days.
You teach?
In the evening?
Evening, I don't, but I have some of them. Wednesday, I can't, evening.
You can't do it in the evening on Wednesday?
Yes, and I'm doing, I'm gonna be taking a time off to do the beautification. Once, because this is.
Because it's on a Wednesday?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the rest, no, can't.
Can't do that because that's a Wednesday. We don't know about Colma Creek.
Can I ask a question about the, that we used to be the San Mateo County Recovery Council? Do you happen to know what time and day? I tried to look it up. I think it was during the day, like during the workday, right? Like in the morning that they met?
Some of them are in the morning.
You see the San Mateo County Shared Prosperity Council.
That used to be the COVID recovery, and then they changed the name.
I don't have specific meeting times for that one, only that it meets monthly. I did reach out to the staff point of contact for that. It's now called the San Mateo County Shared Prosperity Council. It's a position that is appointed by the county, and so it's unclear whether council needs to appoint somebody to that one.
So we have to apply for it.
currently.
Oh,
And
okay, good.
I'm waiting to hear back from the contact about Pacifica participation if,
Okay, so we can't do that one
we'll cross
anyway.
that one off then, for now.
So we need a backup for emergency preparedness, that's a Wednesday.
And a backup.
We need a backup for OSPAC, that's a Wednesday.
Need a backup for the airport roundtable. I can go to most of them, but I am going to miss one.
What day is that?
But is that nighttime?
That's nighttime Wednesdays, yeah.
And Wednesdays are
First
horrible.
first Wednesday of the month
First Wednesday of the month.
is the airport roundtable.
Greg, do you have something on that first?
I'm supposed to be at a nonprofit board, but.
Oh, well, you can't do it then.
But if you, I will resign from the board to do that if nobody else can.
No. No, you
Councilmember
will
Wright,
not.
I believe the board, it may be on a different Wednesday of the month for the
My
airport
other
roundtable.
Wednesdays
No, that's his
are cramped.
Oh, I see.
other board that he's in his other life. First Wednesday of the month. I think that used to be beautification for me.
Yeah, beautification. And
I can do that,
Oh,
Christine.
Mary.
I can back you up on that
Okay,
one.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be the meeting in April that I'm going to miss.
And do you know what the date
I
is?
can also be an at-large
Yes, both
occasional
do
substitute
it.
for people that get in jams.
I don't think we can do that.
What?
Well, you got to put your name in, that's it.
Your name in?
April 2nd. Okay, I can do that.
What is April
Yes.
2nd? What day?
Okay, Sarah, we got one box filled in.
Which
and it
box
and
did you fill?
it
I'm
didn't even have a
sorry.
highlight on
Oh,
it.
it didn't, did it?
No.
Okay. So I think that Fog Fest is super important, but I'm not sure what time they meet.
Yeah, I would.
6 o'clock, I think.
Wednesday.
Wednesdays, third Wednesdays, I have
can.
emergency preparedness, so.
Right? And third Wednesdays, I've got CCAG, and third Wednesday, Greg has OSPAC, I think,
Yep.
And I have class just this semester.
and third Wednesday, Mary has class. Well, it's just this semester,
Right.
and we don't know what's going to happen next semester.
Correct.
So maybe it will work out. And they're not really doing a ton right now anyway. It gears up more oh no, we are after the first of the year. Oh, never mind. I withdraw that comment.
I also think I could probably do this one. Like, I could miss not a class a month.
No.
You can't miss a
You
class
cannot
a
miss
month.
a class a month. I wonder if there's a way
Thursday, Wednesday.
to be a liaison, not go to the meeting, and just commit to being in touch with the chair or whoever, or
Yeah.
the vice president.
Do they meet every month or?
Yes, once
Once
a
a
month.
month.
I mean, that just seems the most
At what
practical
time?
to me.
At what time?
6 or 7, 6 o'clock, I believe.
Because what I can do is be office hours while I'm working. That's not good. Yeah, I cannot do it.
No, it's an in-person meeting too. I don't
Oh,
think
yeah,
they have a
no.
Zoom. What about that?
Yeah, if that's possible, then I'm happy to do that.
I mean, I think it's the only thing we can do, right?
I mean,
Zoom?
y'all know how important Fog Fest is, so
I
we need
know.
to figure that out.
Okay, so,
Yeah, unless they're
Why don't
willing
we
to
do
change
something
their
else?
meeting date, but,
oh, believe me, I've been working on them.
oh, yeah.
Hasn't,
You have an
Not up
inside.
to
not
us, it's the Fog
budged.
Fest
Oh, yeah.
committee, yeah.
I show up and help them move boxes.
Right? Okay,
Okay.
So,
can anyone be the backup? No, we don't
But-
really need a
but by-
backup if you're going to be checking in on an off-night basis,
Should
right,
we make
Mayor?
sure that that's okay with them? Like, do they have to vote on that or something? Fog Fest
I
group?
don't think so. I think their goal is,
It's the position, the role on the spreadsheet is listed as a city liaison, so not as a voting board member. So it may be okay to just check in.
Okay, great.
I think
All right.
that's the way we'll do it. Okay, Mayor,
I
thank
can
you,
never
Mary.
sign-
Now,
can't take
Mary,
any-
scratch out Mary,
I can take
10.
10.
I get to have 10 too, because I'm going to do that in one meeting for you, Christine.
thank you.
You're welcome. And Colma Creek, it seems like we need to hear from somebody about that, don't we? Or should we just assign it, and then if it never happens, we'd, second Tuesday of the
So
month.
Colma Creek is an advisory committee, advisory body to the Board of Directors of the San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District, which is now known as One Shoreline. Pacifica is in the Colma Creek watershed, so appoints one member to the committee. My understanding is it has not been meeting quite as often, but when it meets, it's usually quarterly, the second Tuesday of the month from 3 to 5 p.m.
Well,
I can get more
I
information
have that
from Bettina
daytime
Wong.
flexibility as well. So
Okay.
I could do that.
Who's going in box 1 and who's going in box 2?
I'm happy to be in one, so
Fine.
you've got a lot on your plate.
Bowles, box 1, Wright, box 2. Christine, now you have 10.
I had 10 already.
Oh, now you have 11.
That's okay.
Champion.
Greg, now you have 10.
So do you need a backup for the North Coast County Water District? Not that I can offer, but
I know, that's a hard one.
another third Wednesday.
Yeah,
If we can do that at that remote check-in thing.
You wanna do
I
it?
know all those guys so well, I can get updated.
Okay, that works for me. What about OSPAC?
We all have conflicts at that time.
I know, that's what I mean.
Yeah, we all have conflicts.
I mean, kind of in a way, if the person who's in box 1 can't make it, then I guess, and there's no backup person, then I guess we should have it be the primary has to do the remote check-in, right? I mean, just, that's the best we can do. And then if Mary's schedule changes, we'll just give her all the. No, just kidding.
Myra's schedule changes.
And Myra's, Mary's and
Myra's schedule changes.
Yes, that will change it next year. I just changed my schedule.
Okay, but we do need a backup for emergency preparedness because Bill is asking me for that, which is also the third Wednesday.
I know.
We got to get these guys to move some more things to
Other days.
other days.
I was gonna, almost said, oh, yeah, I said, oh,
I know.
I can't.
Yeah, I can't do it. I have something else.
If they move it to Friday, I'll do it.
CCAG. No, can do.
Well, and again, I can check in remotely, so I can just let him know that.
Yeah. And offer them the opportunity to change their meeting day.
That's what I was thinking for Bobcats too.
Believe me, maybe if you ask.
Not you.
Okay, I think that's it, right?
Are we done?
Wait, did Sarah get
Thank
everything?
you, everyone, for
so-
being so willing
I'm sorry, I
and
missed,
generous with their time.
You were discussing alternates for Emergency Preparedness and Safety Commission in OSPAC.
There
We-
are none available.
We can't do it.
None.
No, everyone's booked up. And so we're going to make it the responsibility of the person who
Oh, the
is in
primary
the
will do,
first,
just check in with the chair. Okay.
and maybe staff, if it's a city committee one,
Yeah.
you know. Okay. Did we put, who did we put in? Oh, Mary, who's in Recovery Council?
I thought it was appointed. We were trying to
Oh,
figure
yeah,
out if
that's
it's
right.
appointed or not.
That's right, that's right. Okay, thank you. One,
I'm interested in that. I love those county,
I know.
love the county ones.
I know you do. 3,
Yeah, they're fun. Okay, are we done?
we are done. And we are adjourned at 11:54 PM.
Wow, we're early.
And I would like to adjourn the meeting in honor of Holocaust.
Excuse me, excuse me.
I'm adjourning the meeting in honor of Holocaust Day of Remembrance,
Holocaust Day.
which I just discovered this evening, today was. So, thank you, everyone.
So I had to look at my, you know, I had to look at my.